Happy Sunday. There it is. There it is. Had to dig for that one a little bit. Wanted to say happy Monday, but it is a happy Sunday here. Captain Coder, good morning. 5 a.m. local time here. Phoenix time, as they say. I don't know who they are, but that's what they say. That it's Phoenix time, but happy Monday. Sunday. Oh, there it is again. Happy Sunday. We are here. Day 14. We've made it to day 14 on this RPG project. I never would have thought. Smab. Happy Sunday, my friend. Nice to see you. I never would have thought I would have made it to day 14 here, but I'm having so much fun. Having so much fun that I can't stop myself. I just got to keep going. I'm far beyond what we're going to be doing in my class for sure, but I definitely want to turn this into a project, and that's exciting. I don't know how many more days I can keep working on this before I have to switch to the next project, but we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. Smab, how are you doing today? It's so nice to see you, my friend. Smab. My character name hides iCombat name. And just say, hey, I no longer need that. All right, so what are we working on today? I think I found an attribute that I can use here. Smab says, has no life. Me too, my friend. But life, no life or the best life. That's really what it comes down to. Some people, one man's, what do they say? One man's life is another man's treasure. Something like that. So I'm saying one man has no life. If you teach a man to life, he'll eat fish for a day. If you teach a fish to eat a man, he'll have a man's life. Something like that. There's something in there. There's some wisdom there if you dig deep enough. But yeah, thanks for popping in. It's nice to see you there. It's nice to see you. But I sort of discovered, I did a little bit of Google, and I found these Unity editor callbacks that I'm interested in checking out here. So I was trying to find a way to fail as fast as possible. If you fail fast, that's a key to success. Mike Collard over on YouTube. Good morning, Dad. Happy coding. Oh, yeah. Happy coding. Good morning. Yeah, we got this idea of made a Malafor, yeah. Boogie Zolo here saying, bro, just made a Malafor. A Malafor, yeah. So we got, I discovered this thing. I don't know if it's going to work because the documentation didn't really explain it, but it says, add this attribute to a method to get a notification just after building the player. All right. So I want to see if I can use this to do the fail fast thing I've been trying to do. So this one feels like an actual pro tip, but maybe I keep saying not so pro tips just to make myself safe. That saying pro tip sort of implies that I'm some kind of professional. So I'm gonna keep going with not so pro tip. But we got a not so pro tip here. If you fail fast, you're less likely to fail in the future. Yeah, Boogie. There was one of the documentations we found a couple days ago on custom editors. The code that was there wasn't even compiled. I think it might have been AI generated, which is kind of funny to think about. Yeah, we're gonna come in here. We're gonna check this out real quick. Let's get a sign-on going before I forget. Pseudo pro tip. I like that. Mike Collard says pseudo pro tip. But yeah, we're gonna do a sign-on here. We are working on our combat system, and that's exciting. Managed to get some things actually working yesterday, so I'm excited about that. We got a lot of scripts in here now. It's amazing how fast your code base builds up. I don't know if anyone else feels that way. Maybe that's a sign that I'm writing too much code. Thens, happy Sunday, my friend. Welcome back. It's so nice to see you every morning. If you ever have any questions, I see you give me that nice wave every morning. warms my heart, warms my soul. If you ever have any questions, don't hesitate to ask, my friend. I'd love to hear any questions you might have. Any questions, comments, concerns? Send them my way. Send them my way. So, primary goal, implement. So I didn't update my primary goal here. So yesterday though, my primary goal is this: implement that. So we finished this one. All right, so implement a combat system. And we've sort of been exploring this. Is kind of cool. We got things working. We don't have an enemy. We have a combatant interface, but not enemy. I would like today to try and get like an actual enemy and maybe a couple different enemies, and maybe get that like a randomly selected enemy in here that you can actually fight and have the combat coming back and forth, right? So I'm getting way ahead of myself here. I'm already like, oh, I want this, I want this, I want that. All right, so implement an enemy type that implements the combat ant class interface. I got a combat ant. Thins, yeah, it's morning in my country here in the United States. I'm in the southeast United States. 5 a.m. here. 5 a.m. in the beautiful southeast desert, Arizona. I live in Arizona. Beautiful. All right, so combat, and we need to actually implement a round system. Implement a round combat round / timing system. All right, so we don't really have a real combat system. We just have like an attack thing right now. So this is probably what I do, and so we sort of need like a victory / defeat conditions somehow, you know. So right now, if you win, if the enemy dies, you lose. If you get defeated, implement flee, implement defend. All right, so these are like different things we might be doing. So we got to implement flee, implement defend, implement inventory view at the very least. Gotcha. So you're about 12 hours away from me, Thins. 12 hours. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool to think about in my mind. All right. / usable items. So it'd be nice to have like a potion or something you can use. But we have health. We got stamina. Okay. But first, all right. So my goal today, I want to implement an enemy time, and I'm gonna, you know, encourage everyone to do these sort of things. Not if you want to do it on my channel, that'd be great. You don't have to though on my Discord, but I'm gonna encourage you every time you sit down to program something, write out some goals, help yourself focus, and also give you, you know, help you start doing a little bit better time estimation. I know I'm not doing super explicit time estimates, but I know that I'm going to be coding here for about 3.5, 4 hours, and so this is sort of me saying, all right, what can I get done in that time? All right, so I'm going to come back here. I'm going to take this one that I skipped. Mini goal, fail fast, editor mode. And this one is going to be using scenes, working with scene start. I'm gonna use the so mini goal, attempt, fail fast, explore, post process, build attribute. We're gonna do the post process build attribute. See if we can get our fail fast working. Yeah, then that's exactly what we're doing. A 2D game today. The last 14 days, actually, every time I've done a game here, it's been 2D. I'm not so good at the 3Ding. We're gonna do a 3D game next. That's the next thing we're gonna do. But yeah, we're building sort of this RPG prototype. So right now, this is sort of the combat system. The combat scene we've put together, and we're gonna have we're gonna try and build a combat system here. All right, so mini goal. I'm gonna put here 40 minutes tops. See if we get that done in 40 minutes. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to implement an enemy class. Implement an enemy an enemy class. Yeah, so Boogie, that's a good question. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna do it, but it's gonna be some kind of role related to the player's, stamina. How much I want to make it based on stamina a little bit. So like if you don't want your stamina to get too low and you won't be able to escape. But yeah, your stamina and your agility versus like your enemy. So there's gonna be a role that you make when you're trying to flee, and it's going to be sort of a competing role against your opponent. So that's sort of the quote unquote dice system doing is every time you do stuff, you're rolling against someone, and there's like competing skills. We're going to implement an enemy class. Ooh, something else I need to add to this list. Add combat info output to combat scene. Yeah, so when there's in the combat scene, we need to sort of display like sort of the results of combat rounds. Implement an enemy class that implements the combat interface. So that's what I want to try and do. I want to create a class that implements the iCombatant interface, the combat ant, so that we can get different types of enemies in there. We're gonna try. I think we can do that in like maybe an hour and a half, 90 minutes, something like that. And then after that. Would be nice. It'd be nice. Limit a combat round / timing system. Let's go with add combat info output to combat scene. I think that's doable. Let's add a bonus here. Let's add a bonus goal. Come back and edit this. We're gonna add a bonus. Start work on combat rounds / timing system. All right. So right now we've just explored with like, can I get things connected and talking to each other in the UI? But first we're gonna try and get this fail fast bit working. I'm gonna try and then we're gonna see if we can add an enemy class in. So we got these great enemy images. It'd be nice to be able to sort of be like, all right, we're gonna fight this enemy this time. This is gonna be the enemy that we want. Get that enemy showing up in the screen, and then we're gonna add sort of a class that's sort of the data model for a combat scenario or something along those lines. That coffee. It's good. It's good. Okay, so let's dive in. Let's dive in here, and we're gonna see. I'm hoping I can just tag this on here. All right, so we're gonna create a class. Assets, scripts, editor. All right, and this one is gonna just be called our post-process. Post-process. All right, post-build process. All right, so after the thing builds, we're gonna come in here. So it's gonna be still their example here. Add this attribute. Post-process has an option for an order index on the callback. All right, so I'm really curious. I'm gonna try public static class post build process. Okay, and I'm super curious if this only is if I like force a build, or does combine the scripts here do it. So this is sort of what I'm curious about. Yeah, that didn't do it. Oh, I was really hoping that this would actually do it. So now I'm curious. So my thought here is that this is actually only shows up when I do a build like this. All right, build or demo. All right, so we're gonna test this. The path does not exist. Okay, create another folder here. Test build. Select folder. All right, I think if we do it this way, we can get some output here, but we'll find out. We'll find out. Got 12 errors. Fascinating. Specifically, the namespace callback. So it does seem to be related to this post build. The type or namespace build tart could not be found. Are you missing a directive? Oh, so all right. So if I were to instead, let's get rid of this. Try building again. I haven't tried to actually build in a little while, so that makes me a little bit nervous. Makes me a little bit nervous here. That I've botched something. Cannot build editor is importing. Oh, it's some sort of compilation. Let's try this. Our compiling scripts. That's interesting. To use Unity's dashboard service, you need to link Unity's character inspector. I thought because I had this in editor that it would not do it. So this, I think what it's telling me is I need to put this in if Unity editor. So basically I thought there was a special yeah, I was under the impression, let's try again. Art! Or should I think it's art, right? Good noon to you, sir. Today is a happy Sunday, my friend. Good morning from America, from the beautiful state of Arizona. So nice to see you. Anyone, so I don't know, I know not a lot of people are watching right now, but Art has one of the best streams I have seen. You gotta go check it out. So good. Art's making this. Let's see if I can get up here. Well, this is building. Let's go look at this. So inspirational. Inspirational streamer in my mind. Yeah, go check out Art here. Art has this awesome stream, but is working on a, you know, FPS. So it's like a first person, again, in the vein of like Heretic, Hexen, Doom. So first person shooter, I guess you would say, first FPS, but C++, custom engine, custom renderer. Awesome stream, but he's an artist as well. You gotta check it out. Awesome stream. Go check out Art if you can. One of, you know, at this point I think it might be my favorite stream that I've watched. Not over the top, not but yeah, beautiful stuff. Okay, so I fixed this. I was really hoping to get my, this is very disappointing to me. If Unity engine, so what am I working on here? Editor. I really want, and it's okay, I can live without this. I can live without this. So of course, I'm happy to promote you here. I think what you're doing is awesome. Art is, you know, became a programmer later in life. You know, everyone here knows, people know that I teach mostly middle school, ages 11 to 14, but I do a lot of tutoring outside of that. But I just am, we got to get people programming earlier, and we really got to get young women, young girls programming. That's the gender gap is so important to try and fill. And so like one of my big missions in life in general is to try and make it more accessible, make programming more accessible. And sometimes that's through making game development, but really it's just I want everyone to be able to program and feel empowered by coding. All right, so what are we doing here? I did my sign on a bit ago. Today, here's our goals for today. Here's our goals. We did a sign on. Mini goal, I'm trying to get this fail fast system to work. So failing fast as a software, fail fast systems are really, really useful for finding bugs quickly. your program, as soon as your program has a bug, or identifying the bug as early as possible is important. And so Unity has this thing in it. See if I can explain what I'm trying to do, the motivation behind it. So Unity is built up of sort of like these different scenes. All right, so we have like these different scenes I'm putting together for this RPG prototype. So this prototype is just to explore how do we build different types of different components for an RPG game. So I'm trying to explore how to implement different components for an RPG game. All right, and currently is to implement a combat system in this RPG. So that's our primary goal. So as my primary goal, we're not gonna. That tells me I'm probably not gonna finish this in 1 session, 2 sessions, 3 sessions. It's an ongoing goal. So, but today the things I'm going to try to do is implement an enemy class. So I've defined an interface called an iCombatant. So I want to implement an enemy class to sort of represent something other than sort of a character that can fight. So right now, two things of type character can fight each other. Kind of. There's no real conicism. They have an attack method. But I want to implement a new class, enemy, so it's sort of a different type of combatant. So to explore that idea. And then to add our combat info into our scene, into our output scene. Currently, the thing I'm trying to do right now is related to, in our build settings, if we have one of these locations not checked, so let's say my shop has not been checked in my build settings. All right. When I go to navigate to that shop, when I run my program's happy to run, and I don't get any errors. I go to my status screen. Oh, cool. So I have this a little bit. So anytime, okay. So this is cool. I have got it to fail a little bit faster than it was before. Anytime I switch scenes now, it will tell me whether or not a scene is currently, if there's a missing scene. So in this case, it's like, hey, the shop is missing. So I do get that very, very quickly upon scene transition. So I like that. I don't get it when any scene starts up. And so I was hoping to learn a little bit about Unity here. This post-process build attribute seemed like it might have been helpful, but it doesn't trigger on the assembly compiling. I was hoping I could use this to fail even faster, sort of as soon as I click over here and my assembly builds, I was hoping it would tell me, hey, I've identified something and you can fail immediately. Unfortunately, this hook doesn't go off when the editor builds. So I guess I gotta find a different hook. And so that's a little bit disappointing. But we're gonna keep looking. I don't want to spend a bunch of time on stream reading documentation. So this was sort of like my mini goal to see if I get it working. I tried a little bit yesterday as well. But we're gonna move on. This is an exploration to see if I could get that working. Did not work. Little bit sad about that, but not a big deal. So we are gonna continue now into our combat system, or at least thinking about our combat system. So let's go to our combat scene. Oops, that's in the wrong spot. Yeah, our combat scene. And my goal here, if we look at our code, so let's do a high-level overview of, man, I've changed a lot post-process. Yeah, this I don't need, we can dump that. Dump that out, did not work, was disappointing. But let's take a look at if my editor will cooperate with me here. I want to discard the changes here and here. Yeah, we don't need those. This was important, so I just fixed a bug. This editor needed to have the I keep calling these pragmas, but they're called declarations. Like anyway, this thing here that says this file should only be included if you're in the editor, so it won't be part of the build when we try to actually build outside. And then our iCharacter, remove this. So we fixed 2 little issues. So I'm going to add this as a chore commit. So trying to keep my commits small, so that way you can go back and look at them a little bit. But chore, we add remove character inspector editor from non-editor build. Okay, so we're going to commit that. And then our I character, we no longer need this name here because in our I combatant, we added name, and we've said that the character happens to also be a combatant. So it sort of was giving us a warning saying there was two. Absolutely, Art. Of course, of course. I would very much appreciate that. My whole, like I've said, my whole goal here is to promote learning and growing and asking questions. I always want people to ask questions here as well. So thank you for asking. And yes, of course you can. All right, so this one here was a small, a fix. Remove iCharacter.name property. And in this case, we're going to put a little extra comment here, was replaced by iCombatInt.name. All right, because it happens quite often that beginners drop into my stream with questions about where to get an aspiring expert. And I will say I meet the legal definition of an expert, but legal definitions are a little sad. But yeah, direct them here. And if you want to direct them to my Discord as well. People ask questions in my Discord, and I will often try to, not often, but I would like to more often take those questions and solve them on stream. I have this idea for a stream that I'd like to schedule called Office Hours, where I need to figure out how to organize it a little bit better, but where people will, before the stream, ask questions in like a Stack Overflow type of way, and that stream is specifically dedicated to how to ask good questions, as well as showing how to debug issues and work through problems that have been asked well. So there's not really there's no such thing as a bad question, but there are really good, well-formed questions, and in programming, it's important to have really good, well-formed questions. So that is one thing that I would like to have a stream sort of dedicated to, that idea of how to ask good questions and then debugging those questions. Yeah. All right. Thank you for asking. Okay, so here we are. And I want to make a class here. So currently, let's take a look at what I currently have. And I've defined an interface called an iCombatant. All right, so an iCombatant, so C# likes to put I's in front of interfaces. But in this case, the idea is that a combatant is some sort of thing that is able to participate in the combat scene. Currently, there's only one thing that implements this. We have an I character that happens to be an iCombatant, and because of that, we have a player character class that implements it. So right now, these player can sort of attack each. I have two characters in this scene. I have sort of my character, which gets loaded at runtime, and then I have like this fake character over here. Oh, I need to add to my to-do to update the visual there. Go to my to-do. Update names in combat scene. There we go. So the idea here is, so I can swing this and we get sort of some output here. Bob's attack is pretty bad. Oh no, Chica, Chica the Zlork is the name of my character. So we can attack, and right now it's kind of hard to hit because our attack isn't that great. And so when we actually connect, our attack's not weak enough to get through the armor. This character's wearing some reasonable armor, but I'm fighting with my fists. Okay. So I want to try and make some new enemies so that way we can actually generate like a random enemy and like attempt to fight that thing. Yeah, C#. I've only been using C#. I keep saying I've only been using C# a little bit, but that's a lie at this point. I've only been seriously using C# for about a year and a half, maybe 2 years. I started writing a book for C# this past summer because I was teaching a class that the first year I taught the class. So I was teaching AP Computer Science principles, which is like the first AP class. And in that class, the teacher who was running it before me would run it so that you could either learn, there's sort of two tracks. You do the Unity track where you learn Unity and C#, and then there was a web development track where you learned JavaScript and HTML and CSS. So the first year I taught it, I sort of did that, and I got exposed a little bit to Unity, but for the most part, I was using like the Learn Unity resources that were available and sort of picking up as I went and supporting students the best I could. And I kind of really hated Unity at that point because I felt that it just encouraged lots of bad programming practices. And it's not that Unity encourages it, it's that it's easy to have bad programming practices, and the community in general, the tutorials, are so focused on getting you up and doing something cool rather than learning the fundamentals that it was very frustrating. So then the next year, the idea with this course is it leads into a Java course, AP Computer Science A, where it's a Java course. And so I decided the second year I taught it to drop the web development part and focus instead just on learning solid C#. All right, so this is the second year I taught it. And then that went pretty well. Went pretty well. And then now we're in this year. In which I've sort of written the first part of a workbook, and my students are using that, and that's been awesome. And so the whole first term is just focusing on C# fundamentals, and now the second term, this winter term, we are doing essentially, I call Intro to Unity. So I've told students, hey, if you want to do the Unity class, you have to take the C# fundamentals class. All right. And then the Unity class is really an object-oriented class in disguise, with Unity sort of serving as the tool that allows us to create UI. And that's been cool. And then the third term of my plan is to have sort of a class I'm calling Unity Intensive, or maybe I might call it C# Intensive, in which it's a class where you propose a project and you implement it over the course of 10 weeks. So you propose a project and then you just work on it. That's the project you work on, and I support you while you're doing it. So that's sort of the plan I have in my mind. And so this project is serving as the basis for this. I'm putting together a project. So this isn't a tutorial. Instead, it's a project on how to build a Dungeons and Dragons style game or a classic RPG. So it's really a text-based adventure with a graphical interface. So that's the idea. So I've been writing up these projects here, really focusing on object-oriented design and C# and testing. Testing is the important part that people miss a lot. And so I basically see nobody testing when I look at Unity development. And they have actually a really, at first I just thought they didn't have, it was just not a thing that was there, but they have a really nice framework for testing. It's built on NUnit, so it's built on top of an existing framework, but they have a lot of tools built into it. Okay, so let's get back to what we're working on here. Try not to get too distracted. So we are almost 40 minutes in, and I've written no lines of code, but here's the plan. iCombatant. I want to create an enemy type. We generated some sweet enemy assets last time. All right, so I would like to be able to, let's come back here. In my not possible asset, AI art. We generated some monster art here. And so I would like to be able to add in our slimy boys as potential enemies. The only enemy we have right now is our Heyman, who we are calling Bob. And so we're gonna come in. I would like to define an enemy type. All right. So let us do this here. So I'm gonna create, in my entity, I'm gonna add a new folder. Maybe I'll just put it right in entity, actually. I'm gonna create a new class here, enemy, in our entity folder. So I'm gonna add it to our adventure quest entity package. All right. And this is gonna be an actual class. This isn't an interface, it's an actual class. But it's gonna implement the iCombatant. And one of the things that's gonna be interesting about an enemy is we're gonna give it a loot table, I think. And so we're gonna be able to use a loot table, not immediately, but that's one of the things that's gonna have different from a combatant. It's gonna have combatants will probably have some sort of drop, but an enemy is gonna have a specific loot table that they drop. Whereas if you're fighting a character or something, maybe they drop some gold or there's some droppables, but that'll be a little bit different on how that works. So public class enemy implements iCombatant, and it's not getting me these auto-completes yet. Mab needs a depth first search, so I'm getting Chat GPT to write it for me. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that we can even start thinking about that sort of stuff. All right, so combat. Why doesn't this? What is my? Oh, it's telling me that I haven't implemented it. Yeah, I've been playing around with Chat. It's not Chat GPT, but OpenAI, which is what I think Chat GPT is powered by it. And I've been really impressed. So what I've told people is that Chat GPT. What would I say? Chat GPT or OpenAI generated code can be really useful for generating stub templates, but you still have to know enough to be able to solve it. So it struggles. It struggles with anything that's not super straightforward. All right. So we're gonna have it's gonna be a pure get here. So our enemy is gonna have a name. So public enemy string name. So we're gonna define our constructor here. So enemy name, int defense, and then an ability roll attack. So these are sort of the things that are necessary to do this. Almost need a builder for this, right? This is interesting because these things are all things that I think I'm gonna need. I think I might need to do a builder for this. Well, it might become Skynet. Boogie says, I was explaining to others that the issue with computer generated, or an issue with computer generated, they were trying to say that Chat GPT was going to become Skynet. Yeah, it does make some glaring errors. I don't know that it'll become Skynet, but it's a little bit crazy how well it can do on very specific problems. So I don't think it's smart enough to like generalize everything yet. But I do think people will be doing generalized training them to do really interesting things. Feel like this should be like an enemy builder. All right, so I'm gonna change this. I've changed my mind. I was gonna build an enemy class, but really I want an enemy builder. So the idea is I want to be able to specify enemy types, that sort of thing. So I'm gonna call this enemy builder. And it's actually going to work a little. We're gonna use like a builder pattern here. There's so many things I want to be able to specify on this enemy that I'm going to break it up into separate. I'm gonna break it up so I can do it a little bit easier from a programmatic standpoint. So having a giant constructor with all of the things I'm gonna need is gonna be too much effort. So instead, I'm gonna do an enemy builder. And it's gonna start with just a name, and we're gonna have some default values for these things. And we're gonna allow the programmer to sort of set just the things that they want. They're gonna want to have a class of enemies. For example, I might wanna say like, I want a slime, and the defense happens to be like 0 to 3. So you can get a weak slime, you get a strong slime. And I want the attack roll to be like inside of a pool, 1d4, 1d6. So one of those two things. And then the abilities can sort of range, a range of abilities and traits. All right, so I think I want to do it this way. It'll make it a little bit easier. Conceptually, I'm thinking like, oh, well, it's gonna be a pain in my, a thorn. It's gonna be a little bit thorny to construct one of these. So I'm gonna try and make it easier to construct. And really I'm thinking for it of like, oh, I wanna be able to pull these out of JSON objects. So be able to load these from a configuration file. So we're gonna go with a builder here. And the builder is gonna have a method that looks like this. It's gonna have, at the end of the day, it's gonna have an icombatant. It's gonna have a method icombatant build. And it's gonna construct, it's gonna do all the hard part for us. So we will need sort of like this private hidden thing, but the build method, Daniel, welcome back, my friend. Nice to see you. I love that little dinosaur wave. That's one of my favorite emojis. I haven't seen that one that often. Where's that one from? Where's that one from? I love it. I think it's a little dinosaur. It's or like an anime character with a dinosaur. But I love that emoji. But welcome back. Welcome aboard. We are trying to build a combat system. It's going to take us several days, I think. But the idea is this is going to eventually return an icombatant. And we're going to sort of follow the builder pattern that we used with our, if we go look at weapons, it's going to be very similar to the way we did weapons, to where we can do a builder and pass everything in this way. Right? So we want to be able to pass elements in like this to be able to build this up nicely and only have to specify things that we want to change from the default. So we'll sort of like a default monster as well. It's from a streamer I watch sometimes. He really likes Monster Hunter, so most of his emotes are him just in regular clothes or in a monster hunter. That's cool. I love, that's such a cool emote. I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome. But yeah, welcome back. I'm so glad to see you again. If you have any questions, you know me. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I love taking questions. But we're working on a builder pattern today. So the idea with the builder pattern is to reduce the complexity for constructing an object. Makes a squint. It's gonna go, huh? Yeah. So we gotta pull it over here and zoom it in. There we go. There we go. And now it's nice and pixely. Perfect. All right. I'm amazed that someone took the time to spend that much time making it. All right, so builder pattern here. We have an enemy, takes in the name. And so all of the fields that we're gonna need. So at the end of the day, we're gonna have an enemy that we construct. But so nested inside of this enemy builder, or maybe off to the side. This is an interesting question. This is an interesting question. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do the following. I'm gonna make this enemy anyway. So I'm gonna do enemy. Enemy is an icombatant. All right, but I'm gonna make this constructor private. So you can't just construct an enemy directly. Instead, you have to use the enemy builder. So we're gonna nest this class inside of enemy. So the enemy class is gonna have a class inside called our builder, like this, and it is going to be able to construct an enemy for us. And so it will be able to enforce, I'm missing a curly brace. Do I have an extra curly brace? Here we go. It'll be able to enforce public class. There we go. So you don't see this all that often, but this builder class in here is tightly coupled with our enemy class. So it's an enemy.builder. Okay. Ooh, man, those are some great emotes. That's awesome. All right, Daniel. No worries, no worries. You're welcome back anytime. You're welcome back anytime. So our enemy here, all right. Take care, my friend. right, so we're gonna have a get. We're gonna have a set. Oh, sorry, not a set, a get. All right, so I've gone back and forth here a couple of times now, but hopefully you can sort of see my process here as I'm thinking through this. So again, this is part of the prototype. My requirements are not well defined, so I'm sort of thinking through my requirements and doing a little bit of coding at the same time to try and understand a little bit about what I want to have happen here. Okay, so my builder is gonna mimic my enemy class, and so the cool thing here is my enemy is gonna be mostly immutable. You'll be able to mutate the traits because that's how those work, but you won't be able to like change values. So these are going to be all get values with no real mutations on them. All right, so we got int, we got an ability roll, attack. We got an abilities, and we have a trait manifest traits. And we're going to initialize each one of these. So name equals name. Defense equals defense. This is where I wish, I'm very, very much looking forward to, let's change this to attack. Maybe I like attack roll. I'm very, very much looking forward to Unity updating so I can have access to records, because this would be perfect for a record type. Have a builder class that constructs that record. But unfortunately, we're stuck in the dark ages here in Unity for at least until November, when the next version of Unity gets released. Yeah, sort of stuck in the dark ages, we're forced to use classes. All right, so the idea here is I have this immutable type enemy. Yeah, so great question, Art. Great question, Art. So we're using dice notation. Let's go check out what dice notation is. All right, so if we take a look at dice notation here, the idea is you can specify a formula for rolling. Let's see if this will load on my Adventure Quest. I might. All right, so we have this idea of dice notation. So if you wanted to roll, so the first thing students do on this project is they build a dice analyzer where they can put in dice. I'm going to analyze this. So 3d6, this is saying roll 3 6-sided dice. And then I sort of get this histogram of how likely each of the possible outcomes are. I think it's a little small here. Let me zoom in. But down here at the bottom, so the chance to roll a 10 is, it rolls this, I think, 100,000 times. It says 12.6% of the time I rolled a 10, 11, 12.4, and then it goes down. So what are the statistics on rolling it? So this is how we're going to generate randomness in our game, as we have these dice things. So we've written a parser that we can put in different values. So maybe I want 3d6 plus 1d4, right? And we can analyze that. And it changes the shape of this a little bit. It's very different than if we did, so we have 3d6 versus 2d9. Very different distribution. Still sort of has the median here in the middle, thus the definition median, right? But now we're sort of more likely to get these upper and lower values. Same with like if you did 1d18. Now it's sort of even distribution across the board. So dice notation works this way. And so an ability roll, and this isn't visible here, but an ability roll allows it to say, well, I want to roll 3d6 plus whatever my character's strength modifier is. So there's this idea of a modifier. So let's go look at what our character looks like real quick. So let's launch our character creator so we can understand what a modifier is. So our modifier we have different abilities. And so when you're generating your character, you want to have different stats here. So for example, my strength with a score of 12, I get +1 to my ability. So your ability roll applies bonuses or penalties depending on your score. So if we're attacking with no weapon, we attack with no weapon. So let's go look at the player character real quick. So our player character's attack roll it's either defined by their weapon. So if they're carrying a weapon, it's gonna use whatever the ability roll of their weapon is. Otherwise, it's 1d4 plus their strength modifier. All right, so it's 1d4 plus their strength modifier. And so that's sort of what an ability roll is here. Excellent, excellent question. And so this takes inspiration from Dungeons and Dragons D20 system. It's not just Dungeons and Dragons, but Dungeons and Dragons D20 system does this. Other games use different types of dice systems. There's like a D6 system, but yeah, so that is how we're gonna define it. This is a way for me to add a little bit of math, math and coding, you know, statistical analysis to my class, disguising it as a Unity class, right? But this can be really useful. It can be really useful. But yeah, that's sort of what we're doing there. Thank you for asking. Running low on coffee here, but we got a little while to go before we get to our first break. All right. OGL has come to take it. All right, so we're gonna be able to define an ability roll, this sort of thing for our enemies. And so I would like to do sort of this. You create a builder. All right. So we're gonna get a builder. So we're gonna do public builder. We're gonna take in a string. You're gonna always have to say what the name of the creature is, the enemy you're fighting. And we're gonna have a bunch of fields here that we sort of specify. And these are gonna have default values. But then at the end of the build here, we construct the enemy. All right, so this is gonna end up returning a new enemy with the name, not name like that, name, defense. The idea here is we have, it's hard to remember this, and maybe we don't want to specify all of them. Maybe we want to use some default values. Maybe we want their abilities to be random. Maybe we want their traits to be random. So the builder is going to allow us to have this really complex, not necessarily complex, but the idea is it's going to manage the complexity of constructing an enemy. Menaliki, good morning. G, also, good morning to you. Good morning, G. It's nice to see you. How you feeling today, Menaliki? How you feeling today, G? It's nice to see you again. And so we're going to give these sort of some default values. So for example, by default, defense will be 0. By default, our attack roll, our ability roll, will be 1d4 plus strength. Our private abilities by default is going to be just random. Abilities. We're going to get a random set of abilities. And then maybe we need to specify our traits. I didn't realize that builder what an established coding pattern design. Yeah, builder can be super helpful. Super helpful. Menaliki's feeling good for the most part. Had a weird weekend, to be honest. How about you? How's your RPG going? It's coming along. It's coming along really well. My weekend's been wonderful. Unfortunately, my partner's a little sick. She's not feeling too well. And so I've been trying to take care of her a little bit. She's trying to get some rest right now. But I'm a little sad that she's not feeling well. Hoping she'll feel better soon. But it's been a good weekend. I streamed six and a half. I went way overboard yesterday. 6.5 hours. Maybe we need to specify a default set of traits as well. I think. We'll start here with saying int. This one's hard for me. Thank you for asking, Minaliki. I appreciate it. Oh. Yeah, the builder pattern is one of the ones that one of my favorite, easy to learn. And I remember when I learned, I was like, oh man, this makes so much sense. It makes my life better. Trait manifest. Trait. So we'll do a new trait manifest. And the default. All right, so we're gonna sort of force them to tell us a max HP and a max stamina. So when you get a builder, you're gonna have to tell us at least that much, and then you'll have an option to change it later. So we'll do a trait equals new trait manifest, and this is gonna be a new trait value, trait dot health HP, new trait value, trait dot stamina. Okay. So when we build, these are the required things that you have to specify, but we're gonna add in some methods to make it sort of easy. Yeah, so it's gonna be a specialized constructor, Meneliki, that's right. So it's gonna allow us to more easily define. So our enemy has like this really long constructor, and we're gonna sort of have our abilities and attack roll have these semi-default values. Our defense has a semi-default value, but I also want to be able to specify a range. So I want this idea of like a randomized range for each one of those things, so you can generate random enemies. So enemies will have a range of things that they can get. And so we're gonna use a builder to do this rather than having, 19 different constructors or whatever it happens to be. But I would like to be able to do it. G says, well, actually it's a guess, but perhaps you can ask Cap. For the book here, I'm assuming, so effective Java, the very first chapter I think is the, let's see if they have a sample here. So I know not necessarily Java related, but the very first chapter I think is, consider item number 2. Consider a builder when faced with many constructor parameters. It's like the second thing. This was one of my first programming books that just blew my mind. Consider static factory method instead of constructors. Consider a builder. So this builder here, the example they give is just really good too. Even if you're not a Java programmer, this is it's very specific to Java, but it might also be in the design patterns book. Block. Gang of four, design patterns, builder pattern. Yeah, Boogie, you will find that I essentially have no novel ideas of my own. All of my knowledge comes from reading, and so I essentially have very little novel thing to do. It's one of the things I have trouble promoting myself because of that. They're like, well, there's better resources than anything I could possibly produce. Someone else has done it better, I'm sure. And so I'm just here trying to show people what I've learned, but everything I've done. But yeah, Gang of Four book, this one here, I don't know why it's going to DigitalOcean. I don't know why I can't find it, but builder pattern, it's definitely in there. Good pattern to know, especially here where we're gonna have it. You can set up ranges of things. Okay. So that said, we're gonna still this method here, this setRef method. And one of the ideas with my builder is that all of my methods return a copy of itself to make it easy to like chain these sets together. Oh, gee, you should read it. Maybe I know I'm odd. I know I'm odd that I love reading like programming books, but you should take a chance. Yeah, man, like I'm showing like an application of those things. Absolutely. But that's the trick to really learning these things is reading about them is not enough. Reading about it's not enough. Watching a tutorial is not enough. You got to actually write some code that is not a copy and paste of the tutorial. You got to learn how to apply it. And that's something that frustrates people endlessly. All right, so we have this setRef method. And so this ref is going to work this way. I'm going to do the following. All right, so I can write a method now that looks like this. So we're have some very, very simple methods that say, so public builder defense. And in fact, I'm gonna make this a property. Oh no, I can't make it a property because then it can't return itself. Defense is gonna take in an int value, and it's gonna set this defense value here. It's gonna update defense. Do I even need? Oh, and then return itself. That's the whole idea, is then it returns itself. Okay, so we're gonna update the defense set ref int. We're gonna update the defense field to be the value that was passed in. All right, ref defense. Right, so we're gonna update that property that way. So then we're gonna do the same thing for ability role builder. Ability role. Don't like reading when you're forced to read. That's fair. That's fair. I think everybody feels that way too. I would absolutely agree with that. Can I? Will this auto detect this type here? Attack roll. So this is the attack roll. And the value here. Can I do it this way? It is able to detect it. Okay, cool. No, I'm not. I don't want to force you to read the book, but I will say that the book changed how I program. It was a huge influence on my programming, and there are many books that have been a huge influence on my programming. That's just one of them. Abilities. Like this. So you could end up with like a really, really strong slide. This is interesting. Oh, it wants me to abilities, dot abilities. Is that what it's saying? It's saying abilities. Art says, something that has become clear to me since starting to learn programming is that the way knowledge is presented greatly affects people's ability to pick up on it. I and my classmates have very different tastes in how to acquire the info we need. Thus, teaching the same thing your way is valuable, since your way might be just right to understand who wouldn't understand otherwise. Yes, absolutely, Art. I think you're absolutely right. There are different teaching styles, and different people learn different ways. Some people learn through reading. Some people learn through watching. But I will say is I think it's important to, if you really want to gain, if you really want to internalize it, you kind of have to at some point apply it. I think that is the most important bit. It's a method. That's right. So the method here, this should be, where is this coming from? This happens to be adventurequest.character. Let's try character. There we go. So this is going to allow us to set the abilities this way. All right, and now I'm going to make some more complex options as well. But for now, we could construct an enemy like this. Okay, so let's make a new, create a new file. I'm gonna call this one enemies, and this is gonna be our a static class that contains some enemies that we can, like some predefined enemies we can use. So namespace adventurequest.entity public static class enemies. Okay, let's get Unity to try and build this for us. Absolutely, everyone learns differently. Everyone learns at different rates, and everyone's the really important thing to remember that I think is often forgot is everyone is coming from a different set of skills. No two people have the same set of skills coming into something. And so it's really, really important to understand. So this is especially important for people who see someone else accelerating at something when they're struggling with it. Is everyone learns at a different pace. You need to sort of learn how you learn, and learning how to learn your way is important. It's peculiar how reading about the same math in two different textbooks can be completely different. I've had the experience of not understanding anything after reading one particular chapter, then reading it elsewhere and getting it immediately. Yes, or taking a class a second time. I encourage my students, so my school is really, really unique. We're not required to take anything in particular, but I try to encourage my students to take my class multiple times. If they enjoyed it once, taking it a second time, I usually don't teach the exact same thing each time. Take it again, and just for two reasons. One, see how much you grew from the last time, and see what you missed. Same with rereading books. I've reread the I wish I had it in here. I've reread, for example, the C# Player's Guide. I've reread this book a couple times now, and each time you sort of get different things. You're in a different mindset from what you were the previous time. So really, really important to keep, if you really want to learn something, don't give up. Don't give up. Just keep going at it. And I try and stay positive. All right, so we have a public static. Something I'm realizing I'm missing. I'm gonna need, for a combatant, it's gonna need sort of like a portrait for them. iPublic static. iPublic static enemy. All right, it's gonna be a slime equals new enemy.builder. So check it out. So now I gotta construct my enemy this way. I have to do new enemy.builder. I can't access that constructor, but I can do this. I have to give it a name, so we're gonna call this a slime. All right, and then what we're gonna do is specify the different, we have to specify the minimum max hit points. So we're gonna do 1. The hit points, we're gonna say 4. You get 4 hit points and a stamina of 5. And so this is the easiest thing to do, just do build. This will get us a slime. Right, so we can have a slime. Let me toss this into my scene real quick. Let me toss this into the scene just so we can demonstrate it, but we have this sort of idea of a slime. Okay, so let me open up my combat controller. Is that what it was? Yeah, so combat controller. This should actually be, this here needs to be an iCombatant. All right, we're not gonna be able to serialize this. And instead it'll just be enemy. But our enemy needs to come from somewhere. So I'm gonna cheat a little bit here. I'm gonna add in protected void awake. All right, I'm gonna cheat a little bit here and say that when this thing starts up, my enemy is gonna be, and I guess I could have put it directly on here. My enemy is gonna become, yeah, I don't need to do that. I don't need to cheat. I don't need to cheat too hard. Enemy equals enemies dot slime. All right, so we're gonna get a slime here from this. And one of the things that's gonna be interesting is I actually think I just want a slime builder. I think my enemies are actually gonna return us enemy. Yeah, I actually think we want this. So that I can make multiple instances of this thing. So this is cool. This is cool. This was unintentional. But it makes sense. All right. So I have these enemy builders. All right. And now this is another thing you can do. So what's cool, all right, here's another benefit of a builder. I can define a constructor for a thing and then delay constructing it until later. I can delay constructing it. So this is sort of you might call this I don't know if it quite fits the idea of a continuation, but it's a little bit of a continuation. In functional programming, you could like pass in parameters and say, oh, well, it's a, we haven't quite finished running this function. So it has all this information built up. And then at the end you say, okay, now I want to apply the final thing. So this is kind of like a continuation pattern here. But now in our combat controller, we can do slime.build. And if we, anytime we need a slime, we just do slime.build. And if our builder is set up to randomly construct one of these things, we're good to go. All right, so let's see if our scene will reflect this. I have a slime builder. They call it a drain pipe around here. This is interesting. Random range int is not allowed to be called from a mono behavior constructor. Oh, this is fascinating. I opted in, I didn't know, so I've learned something new today. All right, learn something new. We learned something new. And so I should really be using systems random here. Christy, I haven't seen you in a while. Happy Sunday. It's so nice to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back. And welcome aboard the captain's ship. Welcome aboard. All right. Here's something that's really, really interesting that I didn't know until this very moment. We cannot call Unity's random.range essentially until Unity has sort of booted up. Jorhodo, it's nice to see you too. Jorhodo's been lurking, or I missed your hello, but Jorhodo, welcome. It's nice to see you. It's a good catchphrase, welcome aboard. Yeah, I tell my students that too. I always say, welcome aboard, welcome back, welcome this, welcome that. So this sort of tells me that maybe I should remove this from being a Unity engine randomization and actually use like systems random. And there's actually a good argument to say that our DAI should probably accept some sort of generator for generating random numbers, but it makes the project harder to explain. So I'm going to keep using this, but it makes me a little bit sad here because I have to do the following. My combat controller, I actually can't initialize my slime here. I do have to cheat with my awake. All right, so anyone who's not aware of it, Unity has some magic methods. All right, so this method here, awake, is a magic Unity method that exists, that if it exists on a mono behavior, is called when this element sort of initializes in the scene. So it's sort of like a constructor. It's a lot like a constructor. It says it's going to happen once. It's going to happen when the scene starts. So before the scene starts, so when the scene wakes up, it goes through and looks at all the mono behavior and says, all right, let's wake you up, wakey. What do you need to do to initialize yourself? And that's sort of how this method works. It's interesting because you don't have to override it. It's not an override method. In fact, put override here, it says, hey, there's no such thing. So Unity uses some magic to make sure that this method gets called on your behalf. So this is one of those magic methods. So, and there's many magic methods in Unity you got to be careful of. This is just one of them. But awake sort of says before everything else. In fact, when everything else is waking up, you should wake up too. So the order, unless you specify it, is sort of undeterministic unless you specify an order. So you can specify an order, but so if you need it to be before something else. All right. Interesting here that my health is still this way. And that is because my enemy controller, hang on. Gotta think through this. My enemy controller is the one that, yeah, so I need to actually define an enemy controller here. My enemy controller happens to be what is currently registered on my info. All right, so my enemy controller down here, my enemy info has a trait manifest. That's how this is rendering. And it's currently attached to this enemy controller, which is, okay, controller, character controller. So we had hacked this in last time to create Bob. that we're going to reinitialize a character. We're using this reinitialize character. So I actually have to create an enemy controller here to actually have this in here. So we're going to create an enemy controller. So this is going to be in entity. Create a new entity package for our controllers. And we're going to create a new, I think it should really be an iCombatant controller. So I'm going to go with combatant. Is it combatant controller? Combatant controller. I think that makes sense. Art. No worries, my friend. Have a beautiful day. Good luck with your exercise. Good luck with your chores. It was so nice to have you here this morning. Thanks for coming by. I can't wait to see your stream. Anyone real quick, if you're not following Art, Art is an artist, game developer. Oh, shout out Art. Game developer, programmer, awesome stream, artist, beautiful stuff happening over there. Go check out Art stream. I think my favorite streamer right now, actually. So go check it out. Can't wait to see more of your stuff, Art. Have a beautiful day, my friend. As always, keep coding, keep growing, and you're welcome back anytime. Adventure quest.entity. And so this is going to be a mono behavior. And the idea is that this is going to have an enemy sort of attached to it under the hood. So public class combat ant controller. So the combat ant, the mono behavior. That's interesting. Let's get that in here. The autocomplete tries, man. It really tries and it fails. Have a combatant on it. So what we're doing over here, yes. All right, so this is gonna have a combatant. Combat ant. A combat ant. And this here is actually gonna have a combatant controller. Okay. And a combat controller happens to have a combatant on it. So that we're gonna make this a property. Oh, this can't be here. It's gonna be a property, public combatant. Get private set. We're gonna serialize it. Okay. Oh, actually, we can't serialize it because it's an interface. Instead, now here we can attack .combat. We can pull the combatant out like this. And we're gonna move this over to our controller just for now so that we can get access to it. Right now when our combatant controller wakes up, we need to initialize the combatant. And in this case, it's gonna be a slime. But this would be sort of where we would put, as the scene loads, there's gonna be information passed to the scene about which combatant we're fighting, and then that will probably trigger this through. But for now, we're gonna do a slime here. And to be able to get, yeah, so I think now, we're gonna remove all of this stuff. Remove. I'm gonna write a better inspector. We need a combatant inspector or something like that. But this should be a combatant controller. All right, so we have a combatant controller, and this should also have an observable combatant, I think. So we're gonna go with that. We have a very easy way to do this. Okay, so it's a very easy way to do this. So observable combatant. We created an observable component here. Hello? Observable component. So we've created this class, observable component. We just have to extend it. It's a mono behavior as well. And so an observable combatant I'll put it in the same namespace here. All we have to do to get this, so we want the Unity inspector to be able to have it. Unity inspector doesn't know how to do just types of type T. So all we have to do is we extend it and say that this observes an icombatant, I think. Interesting. This might not. I think we'll be okay. This is going to observe an icombatant. Oh, I was hoping the word combatant would stop bothering me today, but it has not. All right, it has not. It continues to plague my mind. The word combatant just looks like it's spelt incorrectly. This is an observable combatant. And there we go. We've got a build in here. And so now I should be able to say there's an observable combatant here. And more specifically, what I'm going to do is a combat controller. Oh, no, observable combatant requires a combatant controller to be here. Is that right? Do I need it to have a combatant controller? Because under the hood, there's a controller for it. And this allows us to... No, I have this backwards. Instead of a waking here. All right, so when our combatant wakes up, we're actually going to set our observable. All right, let's go to our observable here. Observed is going to be a slime. Okay. All right. So I'm letting myself. I'll explain it all here in a minute. If you have questions, please feel free to ask them. We're about to get here. Our controller. This is fascinating because our controller is sort of going to allow us to do some controls on the combatant itself. But really all we needed was this observable combatant. And we said when we wake up, make it a slime. Okay. And so when it becomes a slime, that triggers this event of change. So when we wake up, this triggers this change. And that change happens to be that we want to render the trait manifest of the combatant. So let's check it out. All right, we got a null pointer exception. It's a null reference exception. Reference not set to an instance of object. Interesting. So the question is, I think I need to put a question mark here that says so what's happening is we only invoke this. I want to do this during start, I believe, anyway. ALP over on YouTube. Hello there. Welcome aboard. Happy Sunday, my friend. Happy Sunday. How are you doing, ALP? I think this is the first time I've seen that name, but welcome aboard. How are you today? Yeah. So it updated here. So here's what was happening with that. When I called awake, Illuminati. Illuminati. Great name. Welcome aboard, Illuminati. I'm assuming that's how we pronounce it. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it wrong. But welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. But happy Sunday. So when I was doing an awake here, it was invoking this here, and nothing had been set here yet. So it's saying that, well, nothing is registered to watch. So when I change this, I can't up this. So I'm gonna add a to-do here. Consider using on change question mark. Um, yeah, I love doing this live. That's the whole point. The whole point of doing it live, Illuminati, the whole point of doing it live is to demonstrate the process, as well as essentially if anyone has questions about what I'm doing, try and answer those questions. And the last one is to hold me accountable for my code. Make sure if I'm doing something dumb, I'm hoping people will see it and call me out. And if I'm doing, and if there's things that people think would be really cool to implement, sometimes I try to do that. But yeah, I love doing this live. It's addictive. It's crazy addictive. I can't believe how much I enjoy it. I wasn't, when I started streaming, I wasn't planning on being so active and doing it as much. I was just recording myself doing some coding. Thought I'd toss it out into the ether and use the internet as a way to store my videos. So I didn't have to record them locally and then upload them somewhere. It was invoking this before anything was registered. So all of these see that because the health and stamina get set, and ooh, something still works here. Object set to null. Enemy.combatant. And that's because, okay. So our combat controller should also set its iCombatant enemy get private set like this, and this is going to be set here. All right, check this out. We just pass an enemy here. We're gonna register our combat controller on our enemy controller. So our combat controller also says, okay, well, when the enemy changes, set my enemy. I should be able to do that here. This doesn't return an iCombatant. It does return an iCombatant. iController, combat controller. Fascinating here. Illuminati says, I actually founded my own game studio, but financially we weren't stable, so I'm currently taking game designer or product role tests from other studios for work. Cool. Yeah, funding a game studio is incredibly challenging and expensive. You got to raise money and do stuff like that. I'm glad you're enjoying it so far. Welcome aboard. I'm glad you found it. So I have a question. One thing I like to know, and Twitch is pretty good at promoting stuff for me. How did you find it? What was the search? Did it just show up? Were you browsing? Was it recommended? How'd you get here? I'd like to know. Okay, so player attack. iCombatant enemy get set. This needs to have a public set. That's what's going on. So I don't know if I want that to be public. Instead, oh, Illumini you found me on YouTube, actually. How'd you find me on YouTube? And then it suggested you come across? Yeah, so Twitch just happens to have really good communication channels, and I'm starting to learn a little bit more about it, but you can sort of see there's like a leaderboard now. So let's do top points. This sort of gives you points for hanging out here now. So we got some people hanging out. You'll get points now for hanging out. But my idea is I'm gonna start having different things. I'm gonna, if you want to get help with something, you can spend. Yeah, I see all those as bots. It's the top. But let's see. Points G 1 2 3 4 5. Look at you got 80 points. Have a beautiful day, G. Yeah. So I'm just trying to gain some stuff here. Again, it's probably best till you have a mid-level audience. I'm not really trying to promote myself all that much either. The ads drive me crazy, so no ads. But it's good to know. But welcome aboard. Yeah, so our iCombat now, we can set that here when the combat controller starts. I think what I want it to do though is go down and find it. Smab's got 128 points. Excellent. That's funny. That's funny, G. I'm assuming those ones don't count towards my viewer count, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Now if I hit attack, yeah, Zork attacks slime. All right, all right. So Zork attacks slime, slime dodges attack. Zork attacks slime, slime dodges attack. Attack again. The slime is too dodgy. We got a dodgy slime. Oh no. There we go. Chica the Zlork attacks slime. It connects. Yeah, promoting's always feels awkward to me because so like I was saying earlier in the stream is I always feel like there's probably better resources than me to do stuff. But if you like to hang out and chat, I'm doing this because I think it's fun. I'm not trying to make money or really promote myself all that much. More than anything, I'm doing this for my students to point them at the stream. And I might as well. I'm working on building a project. I might as well stream it while I do it. Although it does slow me down a little bit, but I think it makes me better because I know people are watching. So there's sort of the give and take there. So I'm thinking I might want this private and it goes and it finds the enemy. But I'm not 100% sure. All right, cool. So we have a really, really basic builder here. So we got an enemy builder. We can get a slime. All right, so we can get a slime. And their hit points and stamina get set. So let's just test it out. So let's do a quick commit here. So I've done a work in progress. I implemented a very, very basic enemy builder. All right, here we go. I feel like if I do this kind of thing, I'll disable my feature as a human, which is able to make mistakes and especially feed on my mistakes. What do you think about it? I want to stream, not promote. I don't quite, I'm gonna try reading your question one more time. I don't quite understand what you're asking, Illuminati. I want to promote too, but I feel it's very challenging to try to do work live, so I might just go with in real life with gamer buddies. I don't know. I think you gotta, so for me streaming, I've been teaching remotely for a couple years now. And so part of it is I've learned how to sort of talk. I don't get nervous when I'm being recorded anymore. I think that's part of it. Then you say, instead of promoting my stream, I want to stream. I feel like if I do this kind of thing, I'll disable my feature as a human. Jorhodo, great question. Great question. This is a very simple way to write this method over and over. All right. So abilities, it's saying reference the abilities field. All right. So in this case, I want all of my methods for my builder to return the builder, but I also want some set methods. Alternatively, I could write each of them this way. This was just like a way for me to repeat the code. Oh, Illuminati, don't worry about making mistakes. That's the beauty of streaming, is people catch your mistakes while you're doing it, and that helps you improve. Nobody's infallible. Everybody makes mistakes, and so streaming in my mistakes, and it helps me solve them, and I get good input from. So, for example, one of my favorite, someone who's here a lot is Smab here, and Smab always calls me out when I'm doing something wrong. Not always, but often calls me out when I'm doing something I shouldn't be, and I appreciate that. Exactly, Jorhodo. Your users, your viewers will help you. Usually, I mean, and if they're not going to help you, maybe this isn't the right channel for them, right? Say, just be honest with them. Say, hey, look, I make mistakes, and that's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. In fact, programming is one of these fields where it's really, really easy to make mistakes. You have all this power to control and manipulate bits on the inside of the computer. But with all that power, it's very, very easy to do it. Good question. Jorhodo, if I remove the ref, here, it wouldn't be the same for the following reason. So we're gonna say it's gonna take in a type T field. All right. This is now gonna set, this creates a space in memory for that. I actually want it to set it to this value. Is that right? Yeah. So now it's referencing, all right, Jorhodo, right now it is actually referencing this field here. So it's setting the variable here, not the location in memory. When I make it a reference, it says this is going to take a location in memory. So it's actually taking the location where abilities is and setting abilities. I could rewrite it this way. So the alternative would be to write it this way. I could write it this way where I say abilities equals value and then return this. This would be the alternative. Okay. This would be the alternative. However, this is just a little helper method for me. All right, if I rewrote it in the following, so now it's referring to this field here. All right. So let's write another one real quick. Public builder abilities, and now I'm going to take in abilities to set abilities value. It's sort of like writing toSet equals value return. Return this. When I do abilities here, it's setting this variable, not abilities. It's not setting the variable abilities here. And so when I put when I put ref here, now it's saying that, oh, toSet isn't an abilities, it's a reference to a space in memory where I can store an object of type ability. So I'm passing in a reference to this. So it's a pointer. It lets me set this value without knowing its name ahead of time. And so this set ref here is just a little helper so that I don't have to write these, 4 lines. Instead, I can sort of quote unquote cheat by saying, well, set ref, and the ref I want to set happens to be abilities, and it's this value. Otherwise, I'm going to be writing this sort of thing over and over, and I know that, well, all of my methods are going to meet this form. Did that answer your question, Jorhodo? We can do this in C#. This isn't available in all languages. In like something like C or C++, you'd say that, oh, this is a pointer. Or not a pointer, this is a reference. You'd use you'd use an and to say, give me the memory address, and then you would dereference it and set that memory address. You're welcome. You're welcome. This is just a nice little trick. You couldn't do this in, say, Java, for example. Java doesn't, as far as I know, maybe Java 8, I'll say I'm a Java 8 expert. Java 8 can't do it. We're on Java like 17 now. I don't think this is possible in Java. Okay. What were we doing? We're going to make a commit. We're going to make a commit because we built a very, very rudimentary implementation of our enemy builder. Very, very rudimentary implementation of our enemy builder. And a combat controller. Yeah, that's combat. And then we got combatant controller. All right, so in our entity here, let's do an incremental commit. We're going to call this one a feat implement enemy / enemy builder implement draft of, we'll call this a work in progress. Okay, and we updated our combat scene. Welcome to lurk mode. Thank you for choosing Captain Coder Stream as your lurking destination. All right. Okay. All right. And then this was updating our observable combatant scene. Okay. So this is going to be all scene related. Work in progress. Update combat scene to use combatant. Coders help coders. Exactly. exactly. Coders helping coders. Coders helping coders code their code when they need help with their code. Alrighty. All right, let's proceed here. One thing I would like to fix, let's look at my, all right, we got to stay focused, try not to get too distracted. What is our goal? Implement an enemy class and its iCombat interface. Kind of done that. Add combat info output to the screen. Okay. I'm not done with this. I've kind of done this. I would like to make it a little bit better to do. And one of the things that I'm realizing I need is a portrait. Smab, have a beautiful walk, my friend. Have a beautiful walk. We'll catch you next time. All right. So where were we? Where were we? We were... Yeah. So one thing that's bothering me is my scene. I would like to be able to make my scene right now. The names don't update. So when I run this, the names aren't updating. I would like to be able to do that. And I would also like to be able to update this portrait. So the enemy portrait needs to get an update as well. So to do this, I kind of want this idea of a character information renderer. So we have our enemy info. We have a trait manafish renderer. We want to register this name field on the name and portrait. It's almost a trait manifest rating, but our traits don't know about the name or portrait. So in addition to this, we sort of need a iCombatant renderer. Right, so we're going to add in an iCombatant renderer, or combatant renderer. So if we come down, let's collapse all of this. In our scripts, specifically our UI entity, we want to add in a combatant renderer. Okay, and I'm going to still some of the namespace information here. And it's not a trait manifest renderer. This is a combatant renderer. And the pattern we're following with our renders is we're going to take in, we're going to have a method that knows how to render an iCombatant like this. Combatant. Okay. And additionally, a combatant renderer. Let me think about this. I'm trying to think, does our combatant renderer, I think we want our combatant renderer to also require, right? We're going to require, did you create a GDD for this game? Sorry, acronym GDD, could you define it for me? For my brain, I'm drawing a blank on what GDD is. How do you come up with the architecture so smooth? I don't know that that's funny that you say, how do you come up with the architecture so smooth? In my mind, I'm going like, I don't know that the architecture on this game design document. No, we're sort of building, so the idea here is I'm exploring a prototype. So the whole idea with a prototype is I don't know what the game design document requirements should entail, right? So I'm sort of figuring that out as we go. And other people have said, well, you should probably do that first. But the idea is that I don't know what I want to do. I know that I want to make an RPG, and I know that it's sort of not going to be a complete game. I want to explore how to create different components of an RPG game. And so I'm sort of saying, okay, well, it'd be cool to add this thing next. Let's do that. It would be cool to add this thing next. And I'm taking a lot of inspiration from tabletop role-playing games, specifically Dungeons and Dragons. And I have a bunch of Swords and Sorceries books on my shelf over there. I've played a lot of tabletop, and so I'm sort of drawing inspiration from those. But one of my goals is that I want to be able to use this project as a class project. So not a tutorial, but a class project. So adventurequest.captaincoder.org is where I'm building it. So the first thing we do is we build a die roller, then we build a character creator, then you're gonna add a shop. I haven't added the status screen here yet. Then there's gonna be a status screen, and then there's going to be sort of combat. So I'm what are the components of a game? I'm sort of drawing inspiration, and at the same time trying to focus on thinking. And so the idea here is, how do we design that? What is the architecture we use? What design patterns should we use? And so I'm focusing heavily on, all right, we want to be flexible in our implementation because we don't know what's going to be coming next. And so I'm trying to follow the model view controller pattern. So I have all of my data is a model, follows an interface. And then I have controllers, and those are the things that let the user in the scene interact with that model, with the data. And then we have the renderer, which is our view. So model view controller, our view are these renderers, and those are how to draw things on the screen. So the view observes the model, and when the model updates, it knows how to update itself. The controller allows us to call methods we need on the data model. So that's the idea with model view controllers. You have it separated into those components. And so we're following this pattern here of my combatant renderer. So this is a new thing I need to render on the screen. And it's going to require me to have a trait manifest renderer. So there's going to have to be a trait manifest renderer on our combatant renderer, because to render a combatant, we need to render their traits. And so we're going to enforce this property that a combatant renderer has a trait manifest renderer. And that's because if we go look at iCombatant, our iCombatant has traits. So we're going to force that there. We could potentially have an abilities renderer as well, but I think that's a little bit secret. We'll see though. We'll see what I decide. But let's come over to our combatant renderer. We're gonna try and decide how. And I think I'm gonna make something called a combatant component renderer. So we have this sort of idea of the different components. So it's gonna be like a combatant portrait renderer, and a combatant name renderer. And that might be a little bit overkill, or maybe not, because we need to find a picture to render. All right, but anyway, our combatant here, we know we have a trait manifest renderer. So we're going to use our magic unity method, protected void awake. So when this autocomplete's killing me here, when we wake up, when this thing wakes up, it's gonna go find, it's gonna say, I know I have a trait manifest render on me because I'm required to. And so we're gonna set our trait manifest render to be equal to our get component trait manifest renderer, like this. And then we're gonna do an assertion. Debug.assert that trait manifest render is not equal to null. All right, so this method get component can return null if you don't have one of the things. This says we're required to have it, but that doesn't always follow through. So we're gonna add a little thing in here to assert as well. That's gonna sort of give us a warning. It says that the trait manifest renderer was not initialized upon awake. So we're gonna fail fast here. And you wanna fail as fast as possible to find your bugs immediately. We don't want this to be like, well, what's going on? Later on trying to click through and figure out what's going on. This will fail quickly and tell us whether or not it's in there. And when we render, what we're gonna say here is, okay, well, I'm just gonna forward my combatant down to my trait manifest render. So now I have like this one spot where I can register my combatant renderer. And my combatant renderer will forward that information to my trait manifest. All right, so we got this enemy info here. This is feeling like it needs to become a prefab. It's feeling like it needs to become a prefab for us. But yeah, this has a combatant renderer. All right, and now, see, part of me wants to hide this trait manifest renderer down inside of it. Trait renderer. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move our trait renderer down inside of that. All right, so this has a trait render. Its whole job is to render our components, our health bar, and our stamina bar. Hang on. No, we can't do that because this requires us to have one. We're going to remove that. Right, so it's required to have one, so it puts it on there. Register this. So rather than rendering our trait manifest, we're going to render specifically our combatant renderer. So whenever the enemy changes, we're going to render our combatant renderer. Good question, Illuminati. This is related to rendering. All right, so this is a good question. This is a good question. It's not rendering in the fact that I'm like drawing pixels on the screen, but it's rendering in the fact that it is specifying how this thing should be presented to the player. All right, so let's go take a look at what that means. What does that mean? Specifically, so if we look at our, here we have a trait value render, and this one actually does real rendering, quote unquote real rendering. So trait value render, I'm trying to follow the style here that when I have a renderer, I know how to change the way this thing looks if someone gives me a trait value. And the way I render that on the screen is I update the bar here. So this value bar is this green bar here or this orange bar here, and it says calculate the percentage that this should be full and then update that to be full based on that. So it should render based on whatever this trait value has. So it says take that value, render the bar to be that full, and then update the text to be the name of the trait. I'm using render throughout my code base to represent something that I know is drawing stuff on the screen or controlling how something should be drawn on the screen. So for example, so we have this trait renderer, trait value render, and then we have a trait manifest renderer. So let's go, and so a manifest is sort of a set of traits to render. So right now we have two traits, health and stamina. And so this thing, when you render it, it actually says, oh, well, I'm gonna go render all the children I have instead. So it sort of propagates that down. So we're trying to follow the principle of single purpose. Every single class should serve a single purpose. So that's what we're trying to do here. And so this separates our renderer. And we don't know what, I've had a few spots here where I didn't separate my renderer and my controller. And so I probably need to go back and do that. But now this would become relatively easy to actually test and say, okay, well, my trait value renderer, if it has a bunch of different things inside of it, when I call this render, I can validate that those things were rendered using a test. So we're also trying to make sure that we have unit tests. I haven't written a unit test specifically for this, but it follows the pattern. And when I look in, we see, oh, well, it follows this pattern here. So all of our renderers sort of follow a very similar pattern, but their implementation's a little bit different. So it sort of has informed me, there's a little bit of a smell here. And code smell describes something that's a little bit awkward or wrong. Is that I almost need a mono behavior type that's a render of type T that I can specify, but that's okay. I think that might be a little bit of over engineering at that point. Okay. All right, we just hit the 2-hour mark. I am going to take a quick break. I need to get more coffee. I'm out of coffee here. My water's almost empty. I got a little bit of water here. I'm gonna finish it real quick. So I'm gonna take a quick break. When I come back, we're gonna do some stretches. Keep ourselves nice and limber. Keep us from getting too stiff. I'm gonna take a quick break, get some coffee. I'll be back. 2-ish minutes, I promise. 2-ish minutes, I promise. But while you wait, enjoy this sweet, sweet lo-fi music here by Stream Beats. Harris Heller Stream Beats. All right, I'll see you in a minute. All right, we are back. Happy Sunday again, everybody. Coffee button, there it is. All right. Hello, welcome back. So, been going for 2 hours. That's a long time to be in one position typing. if you're at home, if you're at work, if you're on your computer doing something, if you're just sitting there watching TV, watching me stream, doing whatever you're doing, reading, I'm going to encourage you. I'm going to encourage you to get up, do some stretches here with me. If you want to be a good programmer, you don't have to stretch. But if you want to be able to program for a long time, it's really important to stretch out, avoid those repeated stress injuries, RSIs, repeated stress injuries. I can speak from experience. I have terrible pain in my shoulders. I used to. I don't have it there anymore. That I managed to eliminate by going to a standing desk. I have carpal tunnel in my right arm. So if I type on a regular keyboard, it gets bad. So it's really, really important to take care of your body. You don't always think about that as a programmer. You don't think your job's that physical, and it's not necessarily demanding in a stamina way, but it's really, really important to take care of your body, stretch your muscles out, not just as a programmer coder, but just like in all ways. So we're gonna do a couple stretches here. Please join me in these stretches if you can. If you're at work, tell your coworkers to join in too. Get everyone stretching. It's good for you. So we're gonna stretch out here. Standing is for nerds. Be cool. Get arthritis. Ryan over on YouTube telling us, don't worry about it. All right, so we're gonna do a little stretch here. I'm gonna take my fingers here. I'm gonna stretch this muscle like this. Just pull it back. We're gonna do this here. Nice 30-second stretch. Then we're gonna switch it out. 30 seconds stretch out. Here, let me switch my camera here. And you just do it in my scene like that. We're doing this nice stretch here. Keep that arm straight and just pull those fingers back. You should feel it. Oh, that's good. It's a good, nice stretch. So we're trying to take care of our bodies here when we're doing this. All right. Another 15 seconds. And then we're gonna switch it out here. We're gonna switch to the other hand. All right, let's go ahead and switch, shake it out a little bit. We're gonna switch here. Just nice little pull back. Ooh, that one. This is on my it's on my hand that I have carpal tunnel in. So right here is nice. So we're just trying to get that nice little flexor stretch in there. Ooh, that's good. I forget what the muscles are called, but I think this one's called a flexor and the other one's called a reflexor. I don't know. Someone correct me. We're gonna do a nice little stretch here. Shake that out a little bit. Now we're gonna go the other direction. We pull down this way for 30 seconds. Ooh, yeah. If you feel any pain, shouldn't be painful. You're doing it too hard if it's painful. Just feel that nice stretch. Ooh, yeah. This one stretches. Wish I could point at it. I can't point at it right now. Oh, that's good. Nice little 30-second stretch here. This one's stretching. All right, so it's stretching all up here. That's where I feel it when I do it. And now we're gonna do the other side. Get a nice little stretch in. Oh, that's good. Oh, yeah, so just getting some nice stretches, and we'll get back to coding here in a second, but we want to take care of ourselves. We want to take care of ourselves in this longer coding session. Can be really, really harsh on your body. So every 90 minutes to 2 hours, maybe even every hour, you could do it. Oh, that feels good. Feels really good. Stretching out there. And not so important for your coding stuff, but stretching out your legs can be really good too. Especially, so I use a standing desk. If you're sitting, getting up and stretching out your legs, it's going to be really, really nice too. But I'm going to do a little calf stretch here. Switch back so you guys can see you can't really see what I'm doing on the top end here. So I'm going to switch here. Do a nice little stretch. Nice little stretch here. 30 seconds. Then we'll switch sides. We're going to do some shoulder rolls. But I hope everyone is getting a nice stretch in here as well. Also, a nice opportunity for my coffee to cool off. Coffee's a little too hot, a little too spicy for me right now. So we're gonna take a nice little stretch. That way we can inhale some more caffeine. Ooh, that's good. And I'm gonna switch that. Yeah, I've been doing started a new workout this year. It's a 30-day intensive. My partner, she's an amateur gymnast. She wants to do flips, so she wants to take a flipping class. And so to prep for that, there's a flipping class, 30-day intense flipping class workout to prepare your lower body and your core more than anything. It's a lot of lower body and core and flipping, and a little bit of upper body. The leg workouts are brutal. So these stretches are really, really good. All right, there we go. Do some shoulder rolls now. Do a little shoulder rolls, and then we'll get back to it. So we're gonna roll back 2, 3, 4, and then go forward. All right. And other side, do a nice little stretch, little break here. Ooh, that one I can feel. Sometimes you get some crunchiness. I'm gonna keep going here. Sometimes you get a little bit, shouldn't hurt, but if you're getting a little bit of poppage, that always feels nice. I can go the other way. Normally I don't always get poppage, so I don't do that one. All right, we're gonna shake it out. All right, we're gonna get back to it. All right, so I hope everyone got in a little stretch for themselves. At least took yourself a nice little breather, taking some deep breaths. But we're gonna hop back in. Ooh, coffee's still a little spicy, but better. Almost chuggable. That's what you want in coffee, right? You want to be able to chug it. Okay, so where were we? I wanted to be able to. That's right. I wanted to be able to render the enemy name and the enemy portrait. So there's a couple ways I could do this. And I'm curious if this will work as a subclass. I'm not 100% sure. I'm gonna experiment with something. What would be really, really nice. So one of the ways I fill. Illuminati says, I switched to decaf because of consuming 2 liters of coffee a day. That's a lot of coffee to consume. And I usually stick to 2 cups. Sometimes I get to 3. I usually drink 2 cups of coffee, and then I switch. Have a cup of Earl Grey, and then I switch to decaf tea for the rest of the day. Maybe a little bit of green tea here and there, but yeah, I had a really bad caffeine. I wouldn't say addiction, but and it wasn't really bad. Let me start by saying it wasn't really bad. But I had a little bit of a caffeine addiction there for a few weeks, so it wasn't even that bad. But I didn't even realize I had it because I wasn't drinking coffee on the weekends, but like during the week, Monday through Friday, I'd drink, and then I get to the weekend and I'd feel sick, and I realized that I was drinking coffee during the week, and I had caffeine headaches. Since there's one time I drank a little bit of coffee on the weekend and it went away. I was, oh, that's what it is. So I ended up cold turkey cutting out caffeine for a month, and that solved the problem. That was hard though. Combatant renderer. I want to see if I can do the following. Can I? Because I want to be able to. Yeah. So we're gonna do a combatant property renderer. This is an experiment. So anyone who's watching this here, this is me experimenting. I'm pretty new to Unity. So I'm experimenting here with an idea I have. So what I would like to be able to do is similar to this. So you see how I have this trait manifest renderer. I want a combatant property renderer that sort of knows how to render a combatant, like part of a combatant. All right, this is a combatant property renderer. All right, and let's get our imports here. What I want to be able to do, and this might just be, again, over-engineering. Sometimes I over-engineer. A lot, I would not say sometimes. I often over-engineer. So my idea here is that anytime I want to be able to render something, I just can add in that, oh, this thing happens to be a combatant renderer. And then I have subclass for it. So for example, I'm going to end up with something called like a combatant, name and portrait renderer or something like that. But the idea is that the top level of these things. Good question. So Ryan on YouTube asked, what do you mean that you want it to be able to render a combatant? So our combatant we have this idea about iCombatant, right? So an iCombatant has these properties. It has abilities, it has traits, has a name, defense, and attack roll. So these are the things that a combatant has. These are the properties. We don't always want to render the ability. They need to have abilities, but we don't always want to render the abilities. But we might have a little button that says, show me the abilities, show me the ability scores, just so I can see them. It's not always going to be on the scene, and it might not always be on the object, but I would like to be able to render them. And so I'm trying this thing here that a combatant property renderer is in charge of rendering a single, and it goes and it finds the other components to render inside of it. So then if you have different things you want to render, you put them inside. And that's the idea. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. I can kind of visualize it in my head, but did that answer your question, Ryan? The idea is that each property, so in this case, we're gonna have a public virtual method. So this is a method that can be render, which is gonna accept a iCombatant. Combatant to render. Okay. And it's going to determine how to render it. And so I'm not entirely sure this. I feel like maybe I'm over engineering. I think I'm over engineering here. I think I'm breaking it off into too many chunks. Here's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid my top level thing here. So this enemy info, this is really going to be a like an enemy renderer. Enemy renderer. And I want to avoid having too many knobs here at the top. One way I could do this. All right, so one way I could do this is I can say, okay, the renderer, we're gonna have in a text mesh pro. All right, and this is probably the way I should do it. This is sort of like the typical Unity way to do this thing. Text mesh pro UGIO. So here's why. Here's why. What if different enemies have different information displayed? Their renders are going to be slightly different. So for example, over here, I have an iCombatant. It happens to be my character. My character isn't a combatant. This gets rendered differently than my enemy does. And I could potentially have different types of combatants, but use the same, instead of this, I say, oh, well, we're going to have all these different things defined inside of it. And so for example, this one has a portrait, this one does not. So our enemy has a portrait. When ourself, we don't display our portrait here, at least not by default. We might have some button that lets us toggle to like our abilities or something. So here's the traditional way of doing it, right? So I'm trying to, I think I'm over engineering for something that doesn't need to be. This doesn't need a getter on it. This should be a name label. Text mesh. So one of the things that you want to follow, so there's this idea of solid design principles, right? So one of the things you want to, one of the principles is like open close principle, solid design open close principle. So solid design has this idea of single responsibility principle. That's what we've been following here. One of the things we talked about earlier is like, okay, single responsibility. Every class should do one thing. Every method should do one thing. It has one responsibility. The second one here is the open closed principle. Apollo, happy Sunday. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Nice to see you again. The open closed principle tells us that you should basically not edit files once you're done with them. You should write a class and not ever touch it again. Write a class, test it, don't edit that code ever again, because you can break. If you do, you edit. So you open it, you do some stuff, you close it, done. And if our combatant information changes, now we have to rewrite this class. All right. So and I know this is going to be changing. So I'm trying to design it in a way here. So I have this text mesh pro label, and I also have an image called portrait. So there's going to be these two things here, label and portrait. So if we can get away with never having to touch this code again, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. You don't want to touch code. You want to write code once, keep it as simple as possible, test it, never touch it again. And if you absolutely have to, your test should save you. Gaze, welcome back. Welcome back and welcome aboard. Welcome back and welcome aboard. So this is something that is violated all the time in Unity game development. It's violated all the time in Unity game development. I've never seen anyone really try and follow this principle in Unity game development. And in the following way, when you expose these fields like this to the editor, suddenly you've introduced yourself to a million cans of worms that you can accidentally botch this. So right now they're null. Right now they're null. I can botch this. It's a problem. It would be safer, in my opinion, if instead my enemy renderer, this wasn't here. This wasn't here and I couldn't edit it here. Instead, this information is attached directly to this label. So I have sort of this idea of an enemy name renderer that requires a text component. And I just say, oh, well, this happens to be an enemy, a combatant name renderer. Open close principle. It's part of solid. Apollo. Wouldn't creating an asset menu item be safer? I don't quite understand the what you're suggesting, Ryan. But yeah. So the like sort of Unity way, and what you see people do is sort of do this, and then they drag this in here into the editor, and now this thing here, if I want to use it in another scene, I have to again drag those things in. But it's sort of self-contained. So notice these are like self-contained inside. So I would actually like these to, maybe I can drag those in there and that's fine. But at the top level inside my scene, I don't want to expose those. So again, this is the encapsulation. Only expose the things you want people to change. I don't want these to ever be changed by anyone in this scene, especially myself. I don't want to have the ability to change these once I have it working. And right now I have the ability to change them. Like if I go over to my player info here, the top level, I don't change the top level of this thing. But one way to do this would be, okay, well, when this thing gets rendered, it renders the manifest, and then my name label dot text is going to be equal to my combatant.name. And then I don't have a portrait on my combatant yet, but then we also get the portrait of the combatant, and then we know how to render it. So for example, now this is going to say slime up here when I start up. All right, so I get slime because that's what I'm fighting against. The problem is I can attach any label here, not just the one inside. All right, so I could make a terrible mistake here and attach this to my player's name, like this, slime. And now I'm going like, well, where did that come from? What happened? And it's because I didn't hide this information. I didn't sort of say, well, this is a value that should never change. That's really what I'm saying. This value should never change. This should not be customizable because it's very, very specific to this thing. Additionally, what if I want to put, the name of that slime multiple places? Well, now I have to say, okay, name one label, name two label. Instead, if I have a component that says, I know how to render a name of a combatant, I can just attach that to this thing here. So that's sort of my thought process, is I can break this out and then I can put that anywhere. Good. I'm glad I answered your question. I didn't quite understand it, but the idea is I don't want to expose these at the top level. My idea is that anytime you bring a prefab in, it's not a prefab yet, but anytime there's a prefab, you should only interact with it from the top level, unless it's explicitly designed to be accessed other ways. My thought is that, well, everything inside is internal. I treat these as private. And if I could, on my prefabs, I would make it so that it didn't show those in there at all. That's like in my heart of hearts as a developer, how do we prevent ourselves? You're essentially, as a programmer, in most ways, you're your own worst enemy. You're the person that's going to write all your own bugs, right? So you're your own worst enemy. So all the things I'm talking about, failing fast, writing tests, these are things to keep yourself from hurting yourself. Okay. So I could do it this way, but I think what I actually want to do is I want to explore this idea of a combatant property renderer. And this little thing here, I want it to be like a top level class. And so this renders some part of a combatant. All right. And then I'm going to have some subclasses of this that are the different pieces of it. So I'm going to, in my entity here, I'm going to create a combatant here. Pro tip. I almost just dragged all this stuff into this folder using my editor. Don't do that. Do not do that. Don't do it. Stop yourself. Not so pro tip. Do not drag files inside of your editor around. You should only do that inside of Unity. So all of my elements in my scene that rely on there's a metadata file sitting next to them that keeps track of everything it's doing. So if we were to do that, see, can I open combatant renderer.meta? I know it's there. There's a secret file here. It's hidden for us. But in our controller, if I move it here, if I move it from inside of Unity, it will update all of my components across all of my scenes in my entire project for me. So do not do it from your editor, do it from Unity. All right, so and you'll notice it has to rebuild. It says, okay, I'm adjusting, I'm moving things around. There we go. You're good to go. So that's something that hurt me over and over and over. And I almost did it again. So just be careful of that. Ryan says the create menu item was what I was suggesting for them. So you can use it to set up prefabbed enemies, but there's still the potential of misassigning enemies or data. Exactly. There's a potential of misassigning enemies or data. If you can reduce spots, so essentially, you know, you should think of yourself as an idiot, right? You're not an idiot, but you kind of are. You're your own worst enemy. You yourself are going to be the idiot that did the idiotic thing, right? You're going to come back to something like, oh, that's such an idiotic thing I did. So you want to child-proof your program, child-proof your code from yourself. Stop trying to do clever things. Start trying to do things that prevent you from making a mistake. All right, so the one thing here is this is really easy to understand. Just drag those in there. Versus the thing I'm going to build here is adding some complexity to manage the complexity of being able to accidentally do this. But my idea, what I'm going to try to do. So what I'm going to try to do is my combat renderer. What I would like to do is my combat renderer is going to have an array of combat property renderers on it. Property renderers. Okay. So I kind of want this. I want it to scan its children when it wakes up and say, oh, I happen to be a combat renderer. Are there any components inside of me that know how to render pieces? And if there are, here you go. I'm going to forward information to you. So that's my idea, is if I'm a combat renderer at the top, I can forward information down. And but I don't know if this is going to get subclasses. That's the thing I'm not sure about. And if it doesn't get subclasses, then there's no point in doing this. Okay, so we're going to search for combatant property renderers in our children. Okay. Component. Combatant property renderers. And it's not get component here. This should be get components in children. Right, so get components in children says search all of my children for these mono behaviors. If they exist on there, I'm gonna put them all in an array for you, and we're gonna give that back to you. All right. This is a semi-expensive operation, so we only want to do it once, and so when we wake up, we do it. Okay, so we go in and we search, we find all of our children that way. And so my question here is I want to do a little, I'm going to add a little debug log here so that I can see what's inside of it. And the idea I have here is combatant property renderer. We're going to have a subclass of that. It's going to be combatant traits renderer. So combatant traits renderer. And so it's going to extend our combatant property. All right, we don't want that on there. That's interesting. Combatant property renderer. It's going to extend our combatant property renderer, and it's going to be a combatant traits renderer. All right, so the traits renderer is going to require Thumbert Games. Hello, welcome back. Welcome aboard. So nice to see you again today. Happy Sunday, my friend. How are you doing, Thumbert? All right, so we're gonna require the component here that this thing is gonna require a trait manifest render. So we've already defined how to render trait manifests. And so this thing says, oh, well, I'm going to forward that off to it. So we're going to override. What game jam are you doing? Thumbert's grinding away on a game jam. What game jam are you working on? I need to do a game jam soon, man. I haven't done one in so long. It's eating me up. I think Rabe and I are going to do one soon, though. In April, soonish April. Winter Game Jam by Solo Dev. Let's see. Can I do permit Thumbert Games? Yeah, post a link. I think you got. Hey, look at that! It worked. I think Winter Jam by Solo Development. I'm gonna check it out in just a second here, but this is gonna forward the render to our get component trait manifest render to render. Okay, so all the combatant trait renderer does is it forwards it to the trait manifest render that it's going to have on it. All right, so what this does, yeah. Combatant render. We no longer have this trait manifest render, I think. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of this trait. It's not gonna have a trait manifest render. Instead, it's gonna go find its children. All right, it's gonna find the children inside of itself. And we're gonna protect ourselves. So the top level doesn't have a trait manifest renderer. Instead, these health bars, these bars here, are gonna be inside of a parent. And this is going to be our traits bars, our traits manifest. And we got to adjust how it's rendered here. Our parent has a vertical layout group. Oh, yeah. So this needs to have a vertical layout group as well. And that should solve this here. 20. Control the width and height of our children. Don't force height expansion. Okay. So now this thing here, which is hidden inside of our enemy renderer, is going to have the traits, combatant traits renderer. And notice when I added the combatant traits renderer, it also added a trait manifest renderer. And it does that because the combatant trait renderer happens to have this type. So my thought here is, by doing this, and we're going to find out here in just a second, does my combatant renderer find it? So it should find one. It should find one. It found one, excellent. And then we got, I'm assuming my observable, I do think this needs to have a question mark on it. Pro tip, this question mark here is saying that only do it if on change. When we set this value, if on, I know what's going. I know that's why that's happening. Let's go back. We need to change the order here. This has to come first. All right, I don't think I need that. I think that will fix this null reference exception. Here's another tip. Order of field initialization. That didn't fix it. I don't think it fixed it. Darn. Yeah. Okay. So I need to do a question mark here. Need to do a question mark. That makes sense. The event that, since no one's registered on this at the time of this being called, this being set, on change is null. So if you put a question mark here, it says, don't call this unless if it's null, don't call this method. So if you put a question mark on something, it allows you to, it's called a nullable reference. It says if this thing's null, just ignore this. Don't make a method call. All right, so let's put this field back down here. I liked it better down here, I think. And that should fix this here. And this is just happening because we haven't registered any listeners. Oh, maybe not. Or is, all right, let's look at let's read the actual error. Oh. Or something. Let's go look at where this error actually is happening. It's happening on line 21. Double clicking this brought me to the wrong thing. So if we actually read the error here, it sort of started at 19, but it's actually the error is happening on line 21 of combatant renderer. And so it's right here, actually. Our trait manifest renderer happens to be null. All right, so if double clicking on these doesn't always bring you to the right spot, it's saying, hey, when I tried to do this thing, the result of calling it caused me to fail, but the stack trace couldn't find it. It said, okay, and then there was like this callback that went off, which happened to be over here. And so sometimes you got to read the whole error. so reading the whole error brought me here. It says combatant renderer line 21. So line 21, this is actually because trait manifest renderer happens to be null. Because it is, because I took it out. There is no trait manifest renderer on this anymore. Smab, wow, Smab, what a great thing What a great pro tip, right? This should be a noob tip. Corfless! Thank you so much for the raid. We were just going over a pro tip. Smab reminding us to read the error. Not just read the error, but read the whole error. Read the whole error. So right here, what's interesting is Unity has, and this is when we're using events and stuff, when there's callbacks, you would like to double click on this error and bring you to where the error is, but the actual error where this exception occurred. So it's like there's several things here happening. It's saying, well, when I called this thing, that this is sort of like got propagated up to this point, but the actual spot where the exception was thrown is right here. So you got to read the whole error to understand it. So I'm going to comment that out. Now let's try and run this again. Anyway, I'm pretty excited about this because it looks like inheritance will work this way. But Core, thank you so much for the raid. How'd your stream go? How was your stream, Core? Anyone who doesn't know Core streams, shout out Corefless. Be sure to follow Corefless. Corefless does gaming and coding. So if you're into gaming streams, Core can be fun. I've only caught Core streaming Factorio, which is one of my favorite games of all time. All right, so we got rid of that error. And so the idea now, though, is we have all of our children, and so the render here should actually be that we want to propagate that down to all of our children. Create manifest renderer. For each property renderer, child in property renderers, child.render combat. So this is sort of like a big level one. It says just go, if you're inside of me and you're a renderer, if you know how to render some piece of this thing, do it. So we're gonna forward those down. So this was just sort of a thought experiment. I'm like, can I do this? Can I save this from myself? Can I save it from myself? And I think I can. So in this case, I have my traits here. This is interesting. I'm pretty excited about this. I think I got it. Excellent. That works. So what's cool about this is I can like drop this anywhere that's like happens to be a combatant renderer. All right, so now my combatant renderer. I can get rid of these fields. No longer have to be afraid of myself. When we wake up, we just say, go find all of our children. Go inside, find all the things that need to render. And what's really, really cool about this is, let's say I wanted to, for some reason, and I don't know exactly what that reason would be. Let's say I had 2 of these. Now I don't have to change anything. I don't have to go into my enemy renderer here and redrag values and change it. It just knows how to do it. Good for you, Core. Core was exhausted. Core is exhausted for doing Pomodoro for 3 hours. Good, take a break. Well deserved, I'm sure. But welcome here. Feel free to lurk, feel free to chat. As always, Core, I love having you here. Love having you here. All right, so what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna create I would like to be able to do a little bit better, but we'll see. We'll see here. My combatant property renderer. Now I'm gonna do a new combatant string. We'll start with name renderer because it doesn't have more than that. Name renderer, like this. And so this whole thing, the component, it's gonna look an awful lot like this. And instead, this thing is gonna require component. This is our combatant name renderer. And part of me wants to say, well, this rather than being a name renderer, can I make this thing have this build real quick? Kind of excited here. This feels like a reasonable way to sort of abstract and build this out so that it's I can add lots of things here. Require component text mesh pro. This is I got to use TMP Pro using TM Pro. Text mesh pro UGUI. So we're gonna require to be able to render the name type of. So kind of what I want to do actually is say that combatant name renderer happens to be a something that knows how to render onto a text mesh, but we'll leave it as name renderer. Combatant name render extends a combatant property render. It requires us to have this, and when we render it, instead of calling render, this happens to be, well, it's setting the text equal to render.name. So deep down inside, not even deep down inside this becomes like a very, very simple class to write in this, for this one, simple class. And if I wanted to change how the name was rendered, as long as I have a text mesh pro, I can do this. So now my enemy name, all I got to do is add in a combatant name renderer. All right, and because it's inside of, it's interesting that, oh, that's fine. Because it's inside of a combatant renderer, it knows to go find it inside. We're gonna find out if this works. It does. Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. I love this. I love this. All right, so to recap, everyone who just got here, got quite a few new people just hanging out. To recap, we have this idea of a combatant. Okay, so a combatant is something that can be in combat. And we want to be able to render a combatant to the screen. So we get there, by render, it's display their information to the screen. So we have this idea of a combatant renderer. But each component inside needs to know how to render itself. For example, the name is going to render different than our health bar and our stamina bar. And so we have set up our combatant renderer to be as simple as possible. Our combatant renderer by default says, well, render all the components inside of me. And so we have this other idea of a combatant property renderer. And a combatant renderer can have any number of these, so we can actually define different types of combatant renderers. And it's really, really easy to do it now. So let's check it out. Let's do this real quick. Let's do this thing real quick. This one's going to be my enemy renderer. Let's go into my prefabs. I'm going to demonstrate here in my prefabs here. So we have an enemy renderer. Okay. And I'm going to create I'm going to duplicate this. All right. And let's imagine we have an enemy health only render is not going to work as easily as I want here. Can we duplicate that? Let's go to a nameless renderer. Nameless combatant renderer. So our nameless combatant renderer, all we have to do for this one is we delete the name. And now it just sort of works out of the box. All right, so if we decide later, oh, well, I want to do a nameless combatant renderer. All right, so nameless combatant renderer. And we'll go ahead and hide this one here. And all I have to do is say, okay, well, I know how to render myself. No, I don't have to redrag or move anything around. It just has all this inside because it goes inside of itself and finds the components. But the nameless one, let's add it here on our enemy controller. And our nameless combatant, we just say, okay, well, just render yourself whenever the enemy changes. course it didn't work. Line 15. Null reference, combatant renderer. Seems to be saying that property renderers, something here on line 15 is null. My guess is it's property renderers. All right, so let's add in here. This thing has to be non-null. Illuminati, thank you for hanging out. Welcome. As always, keep coding, keep growing as a programmer, keep growing skills in all ways possible. And as always, you're welcome back anytime. So we're gonna have a check here. Debug. We're gonna say if. I don't like that. There should be a property render in here. Oh, I know what's happening. This is not active, so it never woke up. So that's the bug. We need to lazily load this thing. So we're gonna add a property for this. You usually don't do private properties, but we're gonna do a private property that happens to be our lazy load. So this is gonna be our property renderer, like this. And this just happens to have a get. There's no set on this one. And the get looks like this. It says if property renderers is null, initialize yourself. And then at the end of the day, we return ourselves like this. So when we wake up, when we go to render, we need to do this. We're gonna sort of do a this is interesting. Can I just do property render here? When I wake up, I want to do this. I can't just do that. Dot initialize. Yeah, I'm really this is interesting. But essentially what's happening is the first time I go to render something, I need to go find all of my components in here. So now instead of using property renderers, I'm going to use the property renderer. I should put an S on this. And so now it's going to lazily wait. It says, all right, if I never need these, I never load. But as soon as I need them, go build yourself up. This should fix this error here. I would like to be able to do this during awake. No, this didn't fix it. Oh, I have a different error now. Oh boy, oh. It's the same error. The same error here. Oh, okay. So our trait, we're exposing that, hey, these things need to get rendered. Initialized. Okay, so this is interesting. I'm exposing sort of like this common pattern with this idea of a renderer. The renderer sort of goes and gets its children to do things. And so there's this pattern here that I'm noticing I have that requires me to go get these things. So awake isn't called until you're enabled. That's good to know. I didn't know that was a thing. All right, let's add this in here as well in our trait manifest renderer. Our trait manifest render is following the same thing, except it does it with trait value render, so it propagates it down inside. And this is a pattern I'm seeing here. Ideally, you would have some kind of lazy reference. Do we have that in C#? C# lazy loading. Do we have... We have a thing called lazy. I bet this isn't in this version of C# though. It's in system. All right, let's try something. Let's try something. System.lazy. Ooh, we do have this. All right. We have a system.lazy here. All right, we're going to read about how to use system.lazy. I haven't used this here, but essentially that's what we want. We want to lazily load this thing. The following example demonstrates the use of lazy class to provide lazy initialization with access from multiple threads. The following line shows how to use this. New lazy. Factory method. The example defines a large object that will be initialized lazily by one of several threads. The 4 key sections of code illustrate the creation of the initializer, the factory method, the actual initialization, and the constructor of the large object class display a message when an object is created at the beginning of the main method. Init large. Okay, so this is going to take in a method to call that constructs this thing. Okay. Okay, so the first time we access it, there's going to be some method we call. Okay. In this case, we're gonna define a. So this is a lazy property like this. Okay, and this is going to be, it's a system.lazy. So let's use using system. And all these extraneous imports can go away. I have a bad habit of having unused imports. There's probably a hotkey I could do to get rid of them. And so now we want to have an init method. I think what we can do actually say new. And can I define the method here? Can I do the following? Field initializer cannot reference the non-static fields. This would be. All right. Let's try writing a method init here. We're gonna keep init props. We're exploring this because I'm learning something new today. I'm learning something new. I've never done this in C#, and I've always opted to have this property sort of do it for me. But I'm noticing that, well, this is a pattern, so I should have some abstraction for it. So we're gonna do a private combatant property renderer array. Private. Ooh, this is interesting because I don't have access to. Yeah, so the issue is I don't have access to this .init properties here. That's the challenge. So I might not. This is interesting to me here. So my init props is essentially going to be this thing. It says go find these things. Okay. But I can't. Let's go look at it one more time. can I make this a function? Let's read a little bit more. Init large object, the static, and it's giving us information about doing some threading stuff, and maybe lazy isn't specific. Let's read about it. Type of the object is being lazily initialized. The following examples restraints how to use it. All right. I'm not necessarily interested in using it for multi-threading. Use the lazy initializer to further creation of a large or resource-intensive object or the execution of a resource-intensive task, particularly when such creation or execution might not occur during the lifetime of the program. To prepare, you create a lazy type argument of lazy object should create specifies the type of the object that you want to initialize lazily. The constructor that you use to create lazy T object determines the characteristics of the initialization. Lazy initialization first time the lazy.value property is accessed. That's the behavior that I want. That's the behavior that I want. But this constructor, I don't have access to this at this moment. So like it's putting me back into this situation where I need it to be this thing anyway. Fascinated by this. I'm fascinated by this. I want access to this method. This is not available in the current context. Yeah. Okay. So interesting. Instead, I am gonna go with this. So, but this kind of works. This does work for what I'm doing. Does it tell me that I need to have? Can I write my own version of lazy that would allow me to do this? I don't think I can, because I need to be able to look at the methods themselves. All right. So there's a smell here that I don't like. The smell here that I don't like. I would like this pattern. So I'm about to do the same thing here. So let's see if when I rewrite this pattern here, if it becomes obvious to me how to solve this, or if it is really a pattern. All right, so similar over here, my renderers are gonna have a property that looks like this. And this is going to be our renderers. We have a trait value renderer. And then this thing knows how to update that thing. And specifically, this isn't an array, it's actually, oh, it is, okay. So it's sort of it's identical. It's essentially identical here. And then here we're going to do renderers. Yeah, so this is sort of interesting in that it is. So this is a code smell. It's not even code that's close. It's code that it's identical. This code is identical for my renderer, for my trait manifest renderer, my combatant renderer. It's an identical chunk of code. And so I do think I need to encapsulate, like put this somewhere. I'm repeating myself identically, copy and paste. And I know I'm going to want to do this multiple places. The lazy thing I thought was going to be able to let me get that in there. All right, let's pull this back over. Let's make sure this actually solves this issue. Where did my create value? Yeah, awake does the same init. So if we awake, we do it anyway. That's one way to do it. Okay. That's interesting. That's one way we could do it. So here, I don't like this either. So I need to have like an init method or something. Let's clear that. And let's see if it's with this. I'm stuttering. All right. So yeah, so we have sort of our two renders, and I didn't have to modify much of anything except I just took one out. All right. So we can do that. And so for example, something you might do on one is I might define a new render. When I hover, it shows the name, or when I hover, it shows the text, but it doesn't necessarily show the text on there. Okay. Let's keep moving forward here. I think I need to do a commit. So I've made some progress. I really, really want a lazy thing here, but that's sort of like a secondary. All right, let's do a commit. What have we modified? Overgrown carrot. Woo! Got a big old rating party for us. 27. We've got 27 people coming in. Happy Sunday, everybody. Christy, hello, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's give a shout out to Overgrown Carrot. Overgrown Carrot, thank you so much. Thank you so much. How was your stream, Overgrown Carrot? Log4 Jackie, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Christy mentioned me. Well, Christy, thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing me. Slami, thank you for the follow. I'm new to streaming, so I don't have everything set up yet. Sharma, let me know if I'm pronouncing that right. If I ever pronounce anyone's name wrong, let me know. Let me know right away. But I appreciate it, Christy. I really, really do. We are trying to learn how to. We're building a prototype. We're building a prototype here for an RPG because we're trying to understand. All right, so we're trying to understand how we might create a class project. So I'm a teacher. I teach computer science and programming. More specifically, this term, one of the classes I'm teaching is an Intro to Unity class. And I'm not the most qualified person, I think, to teach an Intro to Unity class, but I'm going to do my best. I think I'm highly qualified to teach programming. Sharma, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. I'm happy to have you here. Thank you for coming. And so we're trying to build a class project that meets these learning goals. We're having a class. It's really an object-oriented design principles class. Slami, I have quite a collection back there. Thank you for noticing. So I teach young students. Yeah. So, and then I also want to teach them how to build. So I've taught Unity in the past. I've taught a class. I don't want to say I've taught Unity class. I've used Unity in classes in the past. And one of my big complaints is that Unity tutorials teach you lots of really, really bad habits. And for the most part, they just have you sort of copy and paste code, don't necessarily have you think deeply about what's going on. So a lot of students struggle to learn something, and then they end up with these what are called anti-patterns, where they end up trapped in this hole with a program that they cannot extend in any way. So one of my main goals in teaching this class is teach a good design and approach to be able to develop not just games, but applications in Unity that you're not going to find yourself in a hole, right? So And although you might find yourself in a hole, we're going to try and prevent it. So we're going to try and to develop how to do it in an effective way. So for those of you coming along, that's what we're working on. We have this RPG prototype, and so it's not going to be a full-blown game, but instead it's going to be a basis for a project where you can learn how you might implement RPG elements of the game. And specifically, this is essentially what am I trying to say? This is essentially I lost my train of thought there. Oh, it's not going to be a complete game. It's just it's an experiment to see how you might build different components of a text-based adventure that happens to be getting rendered using Unity and interacted with using Unity. Yeah. Project-based learning is definitely better than just theory. Absolutely. So if you happen to go check it out, my project here, my class is sort of off here. I got other things going on, but I started writing this adventurequest.captaincoder.org. You'll see that I don't actually just tell you exactly what to do. There are parts that tell you what to do, but then there's these challenges that sort of like, all right, now you got to do this thing. Make sure you add some tests. Make sure you do this. So it sort of forces you to do things, but tries to give you enough guidance around the edges, so that way you don't get stuck. And then of course asking questions. It is a class, you can ask lots of questions, and then we have sort of discussion down at the bottom in case someone's on the outside. But I'd love any feedback. Slami, you still here? Let's switch to camera mode here. Yes, I do have a bit of a game collection going on here. It's not all my games, it's a lot of them, but my game collection here, I got a lot of the classics. I got Dungeons and Dragons stuff, role-playing games over on the side. Woo, let's make everyone dizzy. Moving that camera a little bit. But yeah, that's my game shelf, or I should say shelves. So my 2 game shelves. But I like gaming. But anyone who's new to the channel, anyone who's new here, welcome aboard. Happy Sunday. And this is a hands-on question educational stream, so do not hesitate to ask questions. You're all at the backseat code. I won't always take your suggestions. I won't always take your suggestions, but I'm happy to try and discuss them with you. And really, a good place to do it is also on the Discord here. So if you join the Discord, we got an ask for help channel, we got a recommendation channel, we got lots of stuff. Self-promote yourself, tell us what you're doing. But this is a good way to reach out if I happen to be focused or miss you in chat. Feel free to join the Discord. No obligation, of course. No obligation to join the Discord. But we are about to make a commit here. We just finished getting this renderer, conceptual idea of a renderer into our scene. All right, so we're working on our combat system right now, and we're trying to get our enemies to render here. And so we just built this sort of quote unquote framework for rendering an enemy. And so the type is actually an iCombatant. So it's the idea in combat, you have combatant, and an enemy happens to be a combatant. And we know how to render it here, minus the portrait. We're realizing, we need a portrait here that we can render. And so that's what we're going to come in here and do. But we're gonna make a commit here because we just hit a milestone, quote unquote milestone, of adding in a feature for our combatant renderer. And so we're gonna go really quick, take a look at our code, make sure everything looks reasonable, and potentially probably add some documentation to these, but we're gonna keep pushing forward here. Combatant renderer, yep. Combatant trait renderer, trait manifest renderer, does the lazy load as well. So this lazy load thing is what we were just talking about. Is I have identical code. I'm smelling a code smell, and so in my to-dos, let's go to my to-do. I have a code smell here. So my to-do list, code smell, combatant renderer and trait manifest renderer both have lazily, oh, come on. Come on. Keyboard's not responding. We gotta wait. There, lazy loading. Shouldn't even, I don't know what I'm doing. Called lazy loaded sub properties using property. Code is identical. Copy and paste. We should consider how to abstract this. Methos. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Or is it Mythos? Let me know. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it wrong. But happy Sunday, my friend. Welcome aboard. And of course, as you may have just heard, you're always welcome to lurk, but do not hesitate to ask questions. I love getting questions. I'm a teacher. And I love teaching. All right, so we went in here and we added in. All right, so we did a feature. Implement combatant renderer. Combatant renderer is a component that searches its children. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time in Java. Sharma asks, Sharma says, you are working with C#. I guess you're also coming with Java. Object-oriented programming, at least in advanced concepts. Yeah, I actually come from I've worked a lot more in Java than I have in C#, and so I've only really been focused on learning C# for the last, or learning and exposing myself to like C# idioms for the last 18-ish months, maybe a little bit longer. And so a lot of my habits come from Java, and it turns out a lot of these things just come, what I would call C# more as batteries included than Java. So it has a lot more features right out of the box. You don't have to use external libraries. And I've honestly fallen in love with C#. Combatant renderer is a component that searches its children for combatant property renderers, which know how to render specific properties of a combatant. All right. Okay, so we got that commit in. All right, so we have, this is done. Combatant's name is getting updated. Portrait. So let's add to our to-do list and a combatant portrait /portrait renderer. Isn't that always true, Overgrown Carrot? There's always something that I don't know if you were trying to fix on stream and you couldn't. I always run into this issue of like, if I get flustered or something on a particular thing while I'm on stream, it always feels like as soon as I take a break, suddenly, as soon as I'm not streaming, oh, I know how to fix it. I know how to fix it suddenly. Is it just me, or is that a common thing? I just don't read. When I'm streaming it, I find that I don't read as much. All right, it's easy to... streaming is fun, it's addictive, and it is distracting. It's distracting. Okay, so let's comb my beard here. What do we want to take a crack at next? Part of me wants to get this portrait ready because we have these beautiful AI generated portraits. I'd like to get this in here. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So my iCombatant. All right, so my iCombatant is going to have a portrait key on it. So let me look at my iCharacter. Portrait sprite key. Yeah, so we're gonna still this. So a combatant I has portrait. We're gonna create an interface called I has portrait. We're gonna put that on things that have portraits, and we'll have a portrait sprite key associated with it. So this should probably be in like UI. I'm not sure. But should it be in UI? I'm not sure it should be in UI. But I do need this idea here. No doubt we are the distractors. Absolutely, absolutely. But I thrive on it. Distract away. Distract away. We're gonna create an eye. Where should I put eye has portrait? Maybe an entity. Really, it feels like it should be in UI. I'm gonna put it in UI. New file, eye has portrait. One of the reasons I don't necessarily like it in UI is because part of me wants to have different assemblies. And my UI needs to reference my model, for sure. So this feels awkward to me. Namespace, adventure quest dot, maybe I don't put it there. Maybe instead I just keep it in model. We'll put it in model. All right, let's put it in model. Public interface, I has portrait. And a portrait is gonna have a portrait key like this. And so our iCombatant has a portrait. Let us rebuild here. Build it up. All right, so now my enemy doesn't have a portrait, which is fine. It's fine for now. We're gonna fix that momentarily. So we're gonna add into our constructor here a string portrait sprite key. And we're gonna add in a property public string portrait sprite key get. And when we construct this, we're gonna set the portrait sprite key is equal to portrait sprite key like this, right? And then we kind of now have, when we construct this, when we build this out, we also have to give it a portrait sprite key. So we're gonna have a private string portrait portrait sprite key to be equal to the default. Should it have a default one, or should we have to specify it? I think for now, feel like part of me is like, ooh, it should be, what's that Pokemon? No, I think we're gonna have to want to specify this. You can still change it. You can still change it, but you're required to have it in there. Portrait sprite key. Part of me wants a default one that just says sort of like nothing there, but it just forces us in our code to ensure it exists. All right, so iCombatant there. Enemy. There's going to be an error somewhere. I think it's going to be in our controller here. Yeah. We have to specify. So we're going to call this one. This is where it's going to get fun. I have multiple slime pictures. So we're going to have multiple slime. I'm going to show you the power of the builder. I'm going to show you the power of the builder soon, if we can get there. So we got this slime here. Okay, and then in our eye character has portrait. We no longer need to specify this here. All right. And so if we has a portrait, we can render ourselves. So our enemy portrait, really this should be like a portrait renderer. Okay, so it's going to be a portrait renderer. And we've kind of done this before here in the past. But let's make a component here. We're gonna come in. This is part of our UI. And our UI entity combatant, we're going to call this our combatant portrait renderer. And it's going to look very, very much like our name renderer, except it doesn't require a text mesh pro. It is going to require, anyone take a guess here? it's going to require an image. It's going to require a spot to draw this image. All right, so this is going to be our combatant, combat ant portrait UI. And we're going to go ahead, when we render it, we're going to get the image. And we're going to set the sprite. And this thing's going to need a sprite database. All right, so we're going to get the sprite. Let's pause this here real quick. Let's get this building real quick. Build. Building is slow. Unit. There we go. All right. So I have a combatant property renderer, and this is going to have a sprite database on it. So it's going to be public sprite database. Where's my sprite? Sprite database. It's part of adventurequest.ui. All right. So we're going to using adventurequest.ui. I'm gonna have a sprite database, and these are gonna be our sprites. Let's make this private. No one needs to touch this. It's gonna be our sprites here, and the sprite is gonna get set to our sprites database dot get. Specifically, we're gonna get the combatant that's coming in. So this is the thing we're trying to render. And then we're gonna get the sprite of that thing. Sprite to render dot sprite key. Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. I just, I'm loving this. All right. I really want to just be able to pass in, hey, pass in that sprite render. All right, pass in this, the combatant. All right. I just defined a new interface called iHasPortrait. Just like those memes, iHas, you know, we can be one of those cats or dogs. iHasPortrait. All right, so we now have this beautiful thing in our sprite database. We can say, hey, public sprite entry, get iHasPortrait. Someone has a portrait. As portrait, we can just call get with our has portrait dot portrait sprite key. So because we've defined this interface, anything that has a portrait, we can pass off to a sprite database and say, go get me my portrait. Go get me my portrait. So we go back to our combatant here. And now combatant has a portrait. So we just hand it off and it knows how to get it. I'm very happy with that. That makes me happy. I hope you're happy for me too. So we have a combatant portrait renderer. Okay. And so now on my enemy portrait here, and in fact, we want to edit my enemy thing here. My enemy portrait has an image on it. We're going to add a combatant portrait renderer. I selected the wrong thing. Combatant portrait renderer. Hang on. Since combatant property renderer. This should not have this here. Okay. There we go. Rebuild, please. Let's build and build and build and what? Here we go. Combatant portrait renderer. So we have this in here, and my top level guy is just gonna propagate things down. The one thing is that my image here, this real quick, my combatant portrait renderer, I need to be able to set the sprite database, so I have to serialize this. So we can swap out the sprites that we want to be able to render here. All right, so my under the hood here, I have a sprites database. And so if I come into my prefabs, where did I put this? Sprites, portrait. character portrait database. All right. So we might make a second set of databases here, but we're going to attach this one here just for now. Just for now. So in my lock this. I'm wondering, all right, my character portrait database. And so to make this work real quick, let's go to, I need to add a slime to my character portrait database. Maybe I should make an enemy database. I think portrait database is fine. So we're gonna add a component here. Oh no, we're gonna add an entry here. This is our slime. I'm gonna call this one slime 0. Combat controller, or our combatant controller. Combatant. We have a hack here. Combatant renderer. Where am I rendering my slime? All right. Enemies. One reference in my observable combatant. Okay. So we're observing it here. Oh, I guess I didn't need it here. I need to go to my slime. This should be slime 0. What I want to do is I want to be able to make it so in this builder I can specify, you know, pick an arbitrary portrait of some list. So we're about to get to that magic hope. And the image we want here happens to be our slime. Let's search for slime here in our we have this slime here. All right, so I hope. Yeah, we got a slime. We have a slime. Slimy, slimy, slime. We've done it. I'm really happy with this. And if we, AI generated slime, that's right, Gentinius. Got an AI generated slime. Okay, so we're gonna do another commit here. We have added an iHas portrait, as well as updated our iCharacter and iCombatant. So the first thing we did was a feat add create iHas portrait. Add iHas portrait to iCharacter and iCombatant. Okay, so we did that. And then we created look how easy it was because of the way we've set this up. Because of the way we set it up, look how easy it was to add a portrait renderer to our combatant. It's like a few lines of code. And in fact, this isn't even part of it. The line of code was, all right, we're going to extend the combatant property render. We're just going to say, oh, we call render on it. And then we added that to our, we just added it into our editor. All right, so we're going to add this in. So this was a feat implement combatant portrait renderer. Commit. Go ahead and sync that up. And we're golden. We're golden. Okay, so next, all right, let's look at my to-do list. Superhero Sandwich giving me a thumbs up over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the thumbs up. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. We've kind of done this. I'm really happy with the progress we're making. Combat info into the combat scene is going to be important as well. I wanted to, though. All right, so we're going to keep working on our enemy builder here. All right, keep working on our enemy builder. So in our enemy class, one of the things I want to do is make it so that we can randomize the enemy. So there's a slime. A slime happens to be a class of different types of slimes, and you might get when we want to build a slime, get a bunch of different ones. So a slime has a defense, but we're also going to add in we're gonna write a second one here. All right, so we're gonna add an additional one, builder defense range. We're gonna say int value. Int range is gonna actually take in a roll, an I rollable. What would I call it? I rollable. Yeah, it's gonna take in an I rollable range. Okay, and so I'm taking an I rollable. Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. And we need to save this, so it's gonna return this. All right, so we're gonna have an I rollable. We're coming up on our second break here in a moment, so no ads, so no worries. I don't have any ads, so I need to take a break here. That's right, in Immortal Kit, when we call builds, right? So the idea is we have an enemy builder which specifies sort of a class of enemies we can get. All right, so a couple things going on here. Our constructor for our enemy is complicated. It has lots of things. We're using a builder pattern to make it simpler to specify these. Some of the things have default values, but we also want to be able to specify sort of a range of defenses you might get. Okay, so yeah, the idea. So one way I could say int min, int max, but I have this class here, this type. In my dice component that I'm using to generate randomness, give me some interesting randomness going on. And so one of the things I can do here is when I go to build this, instead of just passing in defense, I'm gonna generate a defense. So I'm gonna change defense here to actually be exactly. One thing that's interesting that I've sort of defined, you can't do a D1. So like now my brain is struggling slightly. Because you want to be able to send a specific defense, but you also might want to be able to send a defense roll. So this feels a little bit of this smells a little smelly to me. So I'm gonna do an I rollable defense roll. And this thing's gonna be null by default. My dictionary says rollable is not a word, but we're gonna add that in. All right. And so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say public builder defense, defense range. My defense range is gonna take in an I rollable. So an I rollable. Value, and then we're just going to set that reference. So we're going to set our defense roll to the value that's passed in here. And during this build, I'm going to do the following. I'm going to say if, all right, let's format here. My formatting's off. If, why is my formatting this way? What's going on? There we go. If my defense roll is not null, all right, so if my defense roll is not null, I'm going to set my defense to be equal to my defense roll.roll. It's going to generate it. Otherwise, it's going to use the value that's there. So this sort of will override it. So now, and we won't be able to see this just yet, but if I go to my enemies here, I can say, well, my slime defense range, and we're going to give it a rollable. We're going to say oh, this is interesting. Maybe I should give it an ability roll. I think I'm going to make this, instead of an I rollable, it's going to be an ability roll. Yeah, that's so much better. Ability roll gives us more flexibility. We can have their defense be based on how much strength they happen to have or how much defense they happen to have. I'm going to make it an ability roll. All right. Ability roll. Rather than I specifically, an I rollable doesn't necessarily have to do with abilities. An ability roll is an I rollable, but we're going to do this with defense roll dot roll, and this is going to take in their ability score. It's going to take that into account when it builds it up. So whatever their abilities happen to be, it's going to take that into account. Yeah. All right, so our defense range is going to be an ability roll. We got to import this. Dot parse. Dot build. Oh no, we're taking a builder. Defense range. What's going on here? 1d6. Oh, I have a semicolon here. Okay. New slime. There's no target type for new. So let's try enemy dot builder like that. Okay. So we have here that the slime's defense between 1 and 6, that seems too big. All right. So instead, I want it to be between 1 and 2 plus whatever the slime's strength happens to be. So I can do this here. I say my ability roll is 1d2, so it's a 1 or 2 defense plus whatever its well, let's ability dot. Let's import ability real quick. Import ability dot strength. Okay, so if it happened to get a good strength, then it's going to give us a 1d. Yeah, it could be stronger than other times. So one thing that we'll do just so we can check out this happening is in my, let's add a little debug to our combatant observable combat. This is sort of where we're hacking this in here. But we're gonna go ahead and display this information out. So we'll do a debug.log observed dot defense. So we should be able to get a different defense each time. And its defense might be negative if it's weak. All right, let's give it a shot. So it happened to have 2 that time. So it's not too hard to hit. Okay. What about this time? 2. All right, I could be wrong. Let's see. Give me a different number. 4. All right, so this one's a stronger slime. So the slimes have variation in their defense. Cool. All right, 4 minutes. Taking a break in 4 minutes. So I'm gonna take a break in 4 minutes. So don't go anywhere. I'm just letting you guys know I need to get some more, get some tea, get a little bit more water. But we got another hour and a half on the stream left, I think. All right, but yeah, in case you're trying to plan ahead. Defense range. We can have different types of attacks. So here's another thing I want to be able to do. All right, public builder attack roll 1 of. All right, so this is going to take in a list of attack rolls, ability roll values. This needs to be an array. And this is going to randomly select one of these when it builds it out. Vin Diesel, welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. As always, lurking is always welcome. But if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. All right, so when we actually construct this thing, our attack roll, so we'll do private. Here's what I'm going to do. My attack rolls, this is going to be an array. Attack rolls. And by default, it's going to be this thing. have to do a new there, right? No. All right. By default, it's this. A single one. This is going to forward to attack roll one of and just pass in that value. And so now we have this array list here. All right, so this is going to be a set ref specifically on our attack roll values. Okay. Can I not do that? Attack rolls, do I have to specify here ability roll array? I think it's saying that this might be null. Oh, ref. We need to actually copy this in here. All right, so I'm gonna change this like this, and let's go ahead and get that generic in there. Oh, let me import you. Sometimes the imports don't work. Using system.collection.generic. All right. And we're gonna make a clone of this. We also want to like that. All right. We just passed where I said I was gonna take a break. We're almost there. We're almost there. This is gonna be attack rolls is equal to values dot toList. We're gonna return this. Okay, so now our slimes attack. Come up to our enemies. We can do the following. We can say attack roll one of like this, and we specify different attack rolls. So we can do ability roll dot parse. It might be a 1d4, so it might be a weak one. It might be a 1d6, and it might be a 2d3. So now our slime, we have this way of building up a range of random slime. So we have this enemy builder. This is our slime builder. Our slime's defense is 1 to 2, 1 or 2 plus their strength. And then we have their attack roll as one of these options. All right, it's break time. I'll be back. I'm gonna take I'm thinking 3 to 5 minutes. So hang tight. I gotta get some tea brewing. Tea takes longer than coffee. I have a like a little coffee making machine that does 1 cup at a time. I don't have that for my tea, so I gotta brew some water. I'm gonna brew some tea. I'll be back with some Earl Grey. I encourage everyone else to go get yourself a little refreshment, stretch out a little bit, and we'll be back. Alright. All right, we're back here. I don't know how long that was. I hope my coffee dancing companions kept you company while I was away. Christy's asking, Captain Coder, why are you not an affiliate? Am I back? Can you hear me? Am I here? Hello. But Christy has asked, let's check here. Am I here? Okay, excellent. Why am I not an affiliate? That's a good question. All right, thank you, Sharma. Just decided I didn't want to be a Twitch affiliate. My goals here aren't necessarily to make any money, and I think the ads are disruptive to an educational experience, right? So my whole purpose of streaming is to provide an educational experience, and if people have to watch ads, that's going to be disrupting that experience. And I'm not doing this to make money. And if I become an affiliate, here's the thing: if I become an affiliate, there's some cool things I can get if I'm an affiliate. So I get custom emojis or emotes. There's like channel points, that sort of thing. You can give me money. I don't want people to give me money through Twitch. And if I was an affiliate, I'm required to have, I think it's like 3 minutes of ads per hour. 3 minutes of ads per hour. I have to. I have to become an affiliate. I don't think that's true. I think it's optional. I've been invited to become an affiliate. Oh, to get those coffee emotes. The other thing is, if I am an affiliate, I am not allowed to cross stream to YouTube. So I have a lot of viewers on YouTube as well. And if I'm going to fill it, I can't cross stream to YouTube. And so there's that challenge. What I'm trying to do, it is optional, but we need emotes and stuff. So I'm trying to use stream elements. All right, so I'm trying to use stream elements here. So by being here in the channel with me, you are getting points. You are getting points. So what is it here? But you get points for hanging out, and I'm trying to figure out exactly log for Jackie. If I'm not an affiliate, there's no ads here. And now everyone's, I just added points today. So if you've been here a while, I'm sorry. But I'm planning to try and figure out how to use stream elements better to provide people with that sort of thing. So it seems like with stream elements, I can give you some of those bonus features that I'm missing. All right, so I apologize if you're new and you don't get the points, but the idea is you're gonna get, I set it up so you get 100 points per hour, I think. And then there's gonna be like a store that I've set up, a quote unquote store, where you can buy things using those points. IDS, in my opinion, is much better. So I have OBS, so like Open Broadcast System, I think is what you're referring to. When you say it's better than Stream Elements, I'm only using Stream Elements to track points. So I'm new to streaming. I'm brand new to streaming. So anyone who has suggestions for me, thank you. Rent an XOR. What a great name. I think that's what it's supposed to be. Rent a XOR. Log for Jackie. Rent a XOR. Welcome aboard. I'm in United States. I'm in Arizona. I'm living in Arizona currently. 7 TTV and better TTV are good options for emote carriers for your channel if you don't want to fit but still want custom emotes. Online tutoring through my company Captain Coder, and then I also do online tutoring through a couple other platforms. I mostly tutor intro classes, but I would say I specialize in system architecture, compilers, and programming languages, algorithms. So several of my students in the past have done algorithms, tutoring, but my big purpose in life, if I had a mission statement, if my life had a mission statement on it, would be to inspire young people, primarily young female students, to be empowered by coding and software engineering. So like I should write myself a mission statement. But one of my big things here is closing the gender gap. We have this major gender gap problem in computer science where we don't have a whole lot of females in the industry. And so one of the things I do is I'm a big supporter of Girls Who Code and Black Girls Code. Those are two organizations that are just stellar, awesome organizations that are trying to close that gender gap, get more women into coding. Not that we don't want to support boys in coding as well, but there's fewer barriers for boys and men to get into coding, and there's a lot more barriers for young girls to get into coding. So that's if I had a mission statement, it would sort of be in that vein. So I want to provide that to people. So this year, every year I try to have a theme. CGP Grey has this idea that New Year's resolutions are hard to keep. They're hard to keep because they're too specific. So this year, in the past, I've done different years. So I did a year of creativity. That was the theme. So try and being creative daily or every other day. Year of creativity. What's the business plan? Well, I'm not. Let's not say that I'm a business. That's sort of like my personal mission plan. Let's say I'm not a business. But the ways I'm doing it is I've taken the steps to become a computer science teacher at a middle school and really push to get girls in my class. So, right now I actually have a class where it's a 10 students in the class. I have 8 girls, 2 boys. And so I feel like really, really happy about that. Not that the boys weren't invited to come into the class, but I think that the girls felt empowered, excited to work with me by explaining like what we're going to do with it. And then also just promoting and working with Girls with Code, Girls Who Code, and Black Girls Code. Those are 2 organizations that I want to start doing more with. And then trying to create content that is accessible to girls, get girls excited about it. And so that's one of the things I want to do. Get girls excited to code. So for example, you don't see yourself represented so much. One of the things that sort of might discourage girls from being in it is, and they might not even realize it. Here, let me fix this code real quick. This becomes, we need to pick one. Ability roll, attack roll equals attack rolls of, we need to select one of these, random unity engine dot random dot range 0 to attack rolls dot count. Okay, let me get this compiled real quick before I come off a little bit more on a tangent here. Okay, here's an example of something subtle I have done. Here's an example of something subtle I've done that you might not even realize when you're developing something. All right, so in our character creator, one of the things I intentionally did in my character creator was provide female portraits. This would be such an easy thing to overlook. And I don't have many, but I do happen to have some female portraits. Of course, Sharma. Thank you for your best wishes. And the ways you can help are support your local community in getting girls to teach. So go to your schools and say, hey, do you have a Girls Who Code program? Girls Who Code. And I need to build this up a little bit, but go to your schools. And if you have a kid in school, if you're in schools, go to your schools and say, hey, do you have a Girls Who Code program? Do you have an after school program for Girls Who Code? Here's this thing, go try and get it into schools. So go to schools and ask them, hey, do you have a Girls Who Code program? No, you should. Is there anyone I can talk to that might be interested in doing this? How do we make this happen here? And then similar, the other program is Black Girls Code. And it's not just the 2, but Black Girls Code is the other one. Go to schools and ask, hey, do you have a Black Girls Code program here? Do you know, and find events in your area and go help volunteer at these events to get people in there and excited about it. This is probably the best thing you can do in quote unquote as a foot soldier, is go and participate in Girls Who Code. Even if you don't know how to code at all, go and volunteer to help it. Same with Black Girls Code. That's like the best thing you can do. Maybe not the best thing, it's one of the best things you can do. Support those programs. Okay. Combat. Going off on a tangent. Ooh, yeah. So what I wanted to do for my slimes, my slimy boys, my enemies, is I wanted to add in a portrait option. Okay. So our portrait, this is going to become a list. Hang on. In my utils real quick. So I have a utils class. We're gonna write ourselves an extension method. If If you're a C# programmer and you don't know what an extension method is, now would be a good time to pay attention. Now would be a good time to pay attention. I would like to have the following ability. I'm about to have a whole bunch of stuff here where I have a list and I need to select one at random from that list, uniformly at random from the list. I would like to be able to, on my list class, have a method that says random, one at random. And I might even just call this one of, like this. But I would like my list to have this method on it. I can't modify the list class specifically. I can't go in and modify the list class source code. And I'm gonna make this called random. All right, but I want to be able to do this over and over. This is essentially the pattern I'm gonna do. Is I need to be able to get a random thing and select 0 to the end, and I don't want to have to specify this every time. I would like to add a method to my list, random, that I can just do dot random on any list and it'll randomly pick one of the things uniformly at random. Okay, here's how we do it. In my extensions, I have a thing called the list extensions. You can create a static class and we're gonna create an extension method to our lists. So it's gonna take in a random T, and we're gonna say this is gonna accept a list of type T, and it's just gonna return we essentially want to do the following. We want to do list at from 0. We need to select an index. All right, and we'll break down. Was it random ix? It's equal to this random generation here, and then we return the random index. So we've just created a method here that takes in a list and randomly returns a value to it. So we could have put this anywhere, but we've created this here. We specifically added the this keyword here in this method. What this does, it says this is an extension method. So if I have my adventurequest.utils imported, my lists now can be treated as though they have this method on them. So if I go back to my enemy builder here, I can now import my utils and I have this random method that I could use. Another option would have been to write a static method, somewhere that said one of, and you can pass in a list and it'll randomly select it. But this lets us add in extension methods. So this method isn't defined inside of the class. And you'll notice here in my little editor saying, hey, this is an extension method that randomly selects something from it. And the reason I want this is I want to do the exact same thing for my portrait. I want to do the exact same thing for my portrait. So my portrait now is going to become a list of portrait keys. That's a good question that I don't have the answer to. It's a good question. It's a good question. Let's explore that. Let's explore that real quick. List extensions is in scripts models util. Let's explore what happens. So we're gonna do list extensions 2 like this. Let's look at what happens if we have a name collision. Utils 2. Do a utils 2 here. Ask Unity to compile this for us. Yeah, this is one of the things I love about C#. These extension methods act similar to type classes. So they work a lot like type classes in Scala or type classes, where you can sort of add methods outside of the class definition, which is really, really cool. List extensions. All right, so in our enemy. Let's import both of these. Well, we're about to find out what we have to do. So we're importing both of these. And now it's going to tell us, hey, I'm not sure which one to do. I think what it's going to tell us we have to do, if there's a collision, I'm going to have to do utils2.listExtensions.random on my... So essentially, essentially it is syntactic sugar for attack this. So this is how you would resolve it. You have to explicitly call it as a static method. So it's just syntactic sugar for this code here. So you can still call it statically, which is cool. Yeah. My editor wasn't able to and this could just be a VS Code limitation. My editor wasn't able to give me the like autocomplete suggestion on how to fix it. But yeah, if there's a namespace collision, you can uncollide it. Yeah, no, it was your question made me go, huh, I don't know, let's check it out. But yeah, we can add in these extension methods here for just some niceties. Okay, so I want to do the same thing with my portraits. So I have a couple different slime portraits. I got a couple slimy boys I'd like to do. I'm going to call this portrait options. And when we construct this portrait options, it's going to be a new list that has the sprite that we've specified here. New list of string. And when we random on it, portrait options. So the nice thing about this is now I'm relatively comfortable just tossing this directly in here and removing this intermediate variable and separating, and in this constructor, splitting it up like this. And I'm curious, can I do an initializer here? If I made these private sets, I bet I could. Let me try something private. Since I'm an internal class, name. There we go. I'm gonna do it this way. This is better. My enemy. All right. Private set. Okay. I can take all of this. Now my order doesn't matter. What I might do is I might validate it in my constructor. But I've just done the following. I can now initialize my constructor this way. Defense. Attack rolls dot random. Abilities trait. So now I don't have to worry about this order. This reads much nicer to me as well. You can only do this if your property has a set on it. And in C# 5 and above, so Unity's using C# 4, like some version of C# 4. You can, in higher version of C#, you can specify an init here, and it says that this thing doesn't have a setter, but you can use the initialization block to initialize it. All right, let's I should really write a test. I should really write a test. I'm gonna keep implementing here, and then we're gonna write a test. That's okay. Do I still get a slime? There we go. Slime with a defense of -1. Okay. Okay, and let's keep building out our enemy here. I wanted to add an additional sprite option. Yeah. So let's go to our character portrait database. I'm feeling like I need this to be slightly more complex as well. I think this might need to be a tree where I could have like a character.night1 monster dot. I'm gonna add that to my to-do list. To do. Consider sprite database using a tree portraits. So I foresee this growing crazy out of control. And it'd be nice to have a little thing that says like slime. And then inside slime, there's a list of different slime sprites you could add. Same with night. So notice I have night 1, monk 1, monk 2. It'd be nice to be able to have a night, and then that has a sub list. So maybe it's just a single one nested option inside of that, which wouldn't be too crazy to do. Let's go with the slime 1. And let's add in our second slime portrait. So we have this guy here. And so now in our enemies, we can add an additional portrait. Oh, I gotta add a method for that. In our enemy builder here, we're gonna add in part of me feels like this should be, I almost got distracted. Public builder, add portrait. Portrait, add portrait option, string value. And this one is going to actually just add something to the list. So this is our portrait options.add value. Return this. Okay, so this says add a portrait to it. Yeah. Let's try that on our enemies. Add portrait option, slime 1. We're gonna do the same thing for name. We're gonna give it like a bunch of different name options. And we might actually make it so does it make sense to make it so that way maybe it shouldn't have a different name. Maybe that would be like an enemy group option. So like this is like this specific, yeah, I'm not sure now. We could have variations though. All right, so we're gonna see if we can get a different sprite for us here. There's that one. Let's try again. I need to add a button that lets me update my... All right. This is coming together. Cool. I feel like the tick. Cool. I don't know if anyone ever watched The Tick. The Tick was one of my favorite cartoons. I should say, is one of my favorite cartoons. All right, sorry. Enemy. You can add in multiple portraits here. I hate that. I'm really bad at naming. Does anyone have a better name for me? Or should I just call it add portrait? Like that? Should I just do add portrait instead of add portrait option? Or maybe should it just be portrait? No, I need to be add portrait because it at least needs to indicate that it's not setting the portrait, you're adding an additional portrait option. Okay. I'm gonna move these ones up like this. We could add a range of HP and staminas. Okay, so we're gonna add in an HP range as well. A trait range. Yeah, this one's interesting. So, I want a method that looks like this. Public builder trait range. And it's going to accept a trait, and also in a role, an ability role. So I might need this idea of like a trait range object. But it's like a trait and an ability role, and when it gets constructed, that trait gets set based on that ability role. So we're gonna try a dictionary here. I think a dictionary might be all we really need. Yeah. So instead of a trait manifest, we actually have a dictionary from trait to ability roles. And this is going to specify the amount of hit points we could possibly have. And we construct this. Be a new dictionary. And by default, these should be roles. I think. So this is interesting. It's telling me that like my ability role, I need a role that is just a specific value. Let's think about this here. So I'm specifying a specific hit point and stamina when I want to specify sort of a die roll that specifies our hit point and value. And so what I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to say this is an iRollable range. iRollable HP range. Stamina range. Like this. And yeah, this is going to be an iRollable. This one's going to be an iRollable. It's not going to be based off of your... Maybe it should be an ability roll. All right, we'll do... Here we go. We're going to make these ability rolls. Do ability roll here. And by default, we're going to say that traits of trait.health is going to be equal to our HP range, and our trait.stamina is going to be equal to our stamina range. Like this. And maybe those should just have default values. I think that's going to be easier for me to grok. My head likes to I think it'll be better. So we'll just have a default HP range. So this is going to be ability roll.parse 1d6. By default, it's going to be 1 constitution is what I might call ability.constitution. Yeah. That's going to be the default one. And our stamina would be 1d6 plus ability dot. This one's interesting. Maybe strength for stamina. Maybe I need another ability called fortitude. Stamina is based on strength. Maybe, I don't know. Someone yell at me. Tell me what you think. Someone tell me which ones I think is better. So in this case, all we got to do is this becomes a trait of trait. Oh, and then we got to return. So almost have that. Trait of trait is equal to our roll, and then we return this. All right, so our trait. Part of me just wants to call this trait because this is setting it. So we're just gonna go with. Oh, we can't call it that because it conflicts with the namespace. We're not gonna call it trait. We'll call it trait range. You could also call it set trait. Move that down here. So now we can have a trait range. By default, it's 1d6, but we should get randomized health and stamina now. The one problem is our modifier. So what's interesting is this roll. Oh, down here we don't have quite have the traits yet either. We need to be able to convert this dictionary into it. All right, so we're gonna have a trait manifest. Manifest is equal to a new trait manifest, and this has to accept manifest dot that's interesting. Trait manifest has a get. It's not showing up there in my list. Let's try again. Trait. So this is going to be our manifest, and I'm going to call it trait manifest. Trait manifest dot get. Oh, there it is. I must have just not seen it. Health. Trait dot health is going to be equal to traits of trait dot health dot ability with this should be roll, and it's going to take in our abilities like this, and trait dot value. Okay, what's cool here, okay, I got it. What's cool here is we want to set the max and the value. We need to set the value as well. We set the max, and then we set the value. I bumped my mic. Man, I hope it wasn't too long. I hope it wasn't gone too long. My microphone has a little mute button on top that is really, really sensitive. Thank you. Thank you for saying something. Now, perfect. In addition to adding the portrait, we're gonna add or trait range, trait.health, and we're gonna do ability roll.parse. One of the things I'm really annoyed by here is having to call ability roll.parse. I think I'm gonna write a string extension in my dice that allows me to just put a string and put like as ability roll. And that can do some caching as well. So our ability roll is going to be (1d4) plus our stamina, constitution. Okay. And our stamina is going to be a 1d. Slime will have a little bit more stamina, 1d6 plus. Right. All right, let's test it. Manually test it. No, not an automated test yet. I'm gonna get rid of this debug, I think, as well. And I also want, you know, a nice little thing to do here in my to-do. Oh, we got a combatant portrait under. That's nice. One of the things to do would be a combatter. All right, let's save. I'm gonna do a little run. 3 health, 8 stamina. Two health, 5 stamina. Two health, 3 stamina. 7 health, 5 stamina. Sweet. All right. All right, we're making progress here. Zlorked. Chica Zlork. Okay. Let's do a commit. Let's do a commit. Or hang on, in my enemy, my abilities, I can specifically set abilities. Attack roll has a 1 of. Defense. Yeah, the only thing that I really probably want to do here is have sort of like, for my abilities, don't roll a random set of abilities, maybe. Although this is kind of cool that every creature, you probably want to have a range here because your slime's intelligence probably shouldn't be too high ever. Yeah, so in Dungeons and Dragons, you typically have those like hard set to a value for your different mobs, but having them be a little bit of a range is kind of cool. We're gonna do a little commit here. We made. Let's look at what we did. The big changes here. All right, in our enemy, since it's a private constructor, we reduced our enemy constructor, and we're using initialization block instead. This is nice. You can't mess up your. It's very, very hard. It makes it, the order doesn't matter now, so you don't have to remember the order. So that's nice. We've added in some additional things to our builder that lets us specify ranges for our traits, random portraits, and varying attack rolls, which is kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool. We added in a list extension here. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna commit this because this is sort of separate. Feat, add random list extensions dot random. List extensions dot random extends the list class extends the list class and allows for quick selection of quick uniform for easy uniform random selection from the list. Okay. We also added, so one little note here is if you pass in an empty list, this is going to have an exception. And so it might make sense for me to put a little assertion here that gives me some more information, but I suspect it'd be pretty easy to debug that way as well. So that's one thing to be nervous about here, but if I had this somewhere else, it would be the same little runtime error as well. Okay. What do we got? We got enemies. Yes, we updated our slime. This is cool. I'm really happy. So this whole file doesn't need to be committed. All right, so that's what we did. We refactored our enemy controller. All right. Cancel. Beat. Rave, my friend, happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Sunday. Happy almost Monday. We did some good stuff, man. We did some good stuff. We did the builder pattern. We learned about extension methods. Implement enemy builder, additional enemy builder options. Okay, so the enemy builder options we added here were defense range, trait range, attack roll one of, and add portraits. So I'm really happy with this builder here. So we essentially set it up so we have like a class of enemy. Okay, so let's take a look here. If I go to so recap, anyone who wants a recap of the last little thing we did here. We have implemented, let me finish this commit real quick before I get too distracted. Save. We updated our portrait database and combat. Okay. Chore, update portrait database combat theme. Okay. All right, so anyone who may not have been paying close attention, I'm about to go over the builder and how it works together. We're gonna add an additional enemy to our game. Okay. So I've created an enemy class. All right. So we have this idea of a combatant. Okay. So we have this interface combatant, and to be a participant in combat, you have to have abilities, have traits, and we've specified you have to have a portrait, and I don't know how I feel about this. I don't like this because it's sort of separate from our data model. All right, so the idea is we have sort of this idea of a, what am I going for? We have this idea of our data model being separate from our UI model. If I wanted to, I should be able to turn this into a text adventure without worrying about it. Text adventure, there probably wouldn't be portraits. Gee, I'm off watching a video to explain about the builder planner instead of reading it. I really should read it later though. If you want to, I'm about to talk about the builder pattern because that's the whole thing we just implemented. So feel free to peek in here, ask me some questions if they come up, and I'll do my best to answer them. But we're talking about the builder pattern here. So I have this idea of a combatant, right? And I want to put that in my scene. And so I've created an enemy class. And enemy is a combatant. The player character also is a combatant. So you could potentially be fighting another player character if I ended up implementing multiplayer, I'm not planning to do that. But an NPC might be an I character. So anything that is a character happens to be a combatant. That said, enemies are complex to construct. Enemies are complex to construct because they have all this stuff about them that we want to specify. And so I could have like a giant constructor that takes all these things in, and you construct lots of different enemies in that way. But the builder pattern says, hey, if you have lots of things, parameters for constructing something, and some of those have like default values or complex ways to put them together, a builder pattern might be for you. And so we have this enemy, and enemies are kind of complex to put together. And so we've created, and also another thing is it makes my my enemy immutable. One way you might go about it is make it non-immutable, and you can like set these things, so you initialize it and you set them separately. But we've made this immutable, kind of. Traits are mutable, so therefore our enemies mutable. The enemy's traits are mutable, is what we should say. So we have this builder here, and this sort of defines what our options are. So in our enemy, I want to be able to say, okay, a slime happens to have a set of different properties. It could have slime portrait 0 or slime portrait 1. Its health is a die roll, 1d4 plus its constitution modifier. Its stamina is 1d6 plus its strength modifier. And it can attack. It's going to be a type of monster that deals between 1 and 6 damage. We can see that here, 1 and 6. But some of them will be weaker. Sometimes it'll do 1d4 damage. Sometimes it'll do 1d6 damage. And sometimes it'll do 2d3 damage. So it's going to select one of these things. But notice I've chained together the constructor. This is a little trick we can do. That we chain together this. This means that each one of these parameters. Yeah, Rave, good question. So Rave asked, the dot notation between enemy and builder, is that something unique? I've intentionally built my builder this way, so check it out. All of the methods on my builder return itself. So the idea, if I wrote a comment on here, which I should put a comment on here. All right, my comment would be, sets the defense of the enemy to param ref name equals value. Is that how we would do that? Yeah. Set the defense of the enemy to param value. Returns this for convenience. This method returns the builder that was modified. So the idea is you can chain these together. It's built that way specifically so that you can do this. And if you've ever seen Link, this is exactly how Link does. All of the methods on Link happen to return something of the same type. Let me get Unity to build this for me real quick. And so it allows me to chain this together and specify. And the cool thing about that is because I chain it together, the order doesn't matter. I could put this down here. The order of these things doesn't matter. And so it's sort of as I'm going, I can add things in later. So this is a hack. I'm gonna put a to do. This is a hack. Please pulse fix me. This is just to get it into my scene. But now whenever I need a slime, I go get slime and I call build, and it generates a new one of these slimes. It creates a new slime using the specification. So in a lot of ways, the builder. so what I always say is, as a programmer, as a software engineer, as a developer, your job is to find a way to manage the complexity of your program. I personally feel, and I don't know if this is actually true, but I think it's pretty close to being true. I personally feel that software is one of the most, if not the most, one of the most complex man-made things ever, to exist. because you're actually under it, like built, it's all built on top, and under the hood there's, it literally, everything boils down to like zeros and ones, and so there's all of this room to sort of punch yourself in the face, right? So there's all this room to sort of punch yourself in the face, and that's, you got to be careful, don't punch yourself in the face. As a programmer, you're your own worst enemy, is sort of how I feel sometimes. Yeah, Rave. So the idea here was like, I have this really complex thing and I want to do it. And I'm keep in mind that this is eventually going to be in a JSON file somewhere, right? So I also want this to sort of look similar to how my JSON is going to look. And so my JSON is going to have like an array of portraits and a role, like different things here. So I'm going to have some JSON eventually to specify this. But yeah, as a programmer, your whole job should be, not your whole job, but a big part of your job is, how do I manage the complexity so that way I don't shoot myself in the foot. And earlier I was saying that you gotta baby proof you gotta, maybe we should call it baby proof, developer proof your projects, developer proof your code. And this is one of the biggest complaints I have. It takes time and practice to do it. It's so easy to not do it. It's so easy to not do it, but you'll end up saving yourself eventually with it. It's really nice when you save yourself. But now I got a bunch of random enemies. So I get a random slime. Chicka wow wow. We're doing well today. Happy Sunday, my friend. It's so nice to see you. So nice to see you. So now every time I enter the scene, I happen to get a random enemy, a random slime. So one of my possible slimes gets spawned here, which I think is pretty cool. Oh, all right. And I think I just committed, and it, like, what did I change? Oh, I added a summary comment. Ah, Chicka wow wow. Thank you for reminding me of that. This is a perfect time to do it too. This is a perfect time to do a little break. Let's undo this. I don't really need to do that. What did I change in here? Oh, that's good. Enemy. I'm gonna do that, Chicka wow wow. Thank you for the reminder. I've been meaning to do that for a while. Having this comment's not a terrible thing. Let's do it. We're gonna have one rogue comment in here on this enemy. Chore, add rogue comment on defense. I've been experimenting with OpenAI writing my comments for me, and so what I could do is give it this as an example on how to comment these, and it'll go through and comment it for me. That worked. I gotta get that set up. We are listening to Stream Beats Sakura Dreams. Sakura Dreams. This is one of my favorite Stream Beats albums. Where is it at? What's the actual song? Sakura. Oh, it's the first one. It just opened up. Stream Beats by Harris Heller. Happens to be one of my favorite streaming artists, right? So copyright-free music. But I love this album. It's like Japanese. I vote for the focused remix of My Heart. I hate Spotify, but I'm gonna get it. Yeah, it's not just, I think you can actually find Stream Beats anywhere. Stream Beats is essentially like a copyright-free music. Gee, I'm glad you had a chance to read about the builder pattern. It's one of my favorite patterns. It's one of the patterns, if I'm doing it's one of the things I teach almost immediately. In object-oriented design class, I say, we've learned about constructors, and then I present a problem where they have to implement a nutrition label. One of my favorite projects is implementing like a project where you have to have a bunch of 10 million properties on it. So I give them like an interface for it, and I say, all right, you have to implement this, and the constructor has 50 arguments to it, and I go, okay, well, that's impossible. Let's implement a builder for this thing. So I like doing that as a project for them. All right. Chore, add to do in observable combat. It's our combat ant. It's a combat insect. Okay, so I was going to add real quick. All right, real quick. Let me add it at the very. All right, here we go. Chihuahua. At the very least. At the very least, I'm going to do the following. I wish I could take credit for the actual idea of a nutrition label. That's from Effective Java, I believe. But the project was based on that reading. I created that project, so I don't want to take too much credit. Combatant inspector. We want to add door icon to shop. All right, so I want to add the door icon to the shop. It's not on YouTube. That's a bummer. Okay. Add door icon to shop. Before we do that, I wanted to add an enemy. So enemies. I wanted to create one new enemy here, and two new enemies. I have Bob. We're gonna add Bob here, and then we're also gonna add a Dark Knight. Our Dark Knight in our assets. I believe we've added those into our assets already. Let's go double check. Should be in our sprites here. Sprites. Assets, sprites, monsters, Bob, Dark Knight. So we're going to create a Dark Knight now. And we're going to show that all this work we did was to make it really easy to add in new enemies. Nice. You're welcome, Christy. Thank you for asking. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known. Builder, Dark Knight. So we're going to create a new enemy here. And the simplicity here is nice because the order, I don't have to remember the order here. If you are creating a CSV for code to parse, what are you supposed to name the top left box again? I have no idea, Chihuahua. I'm not even sure. I don't understand the question, if I'm being quite honest. Dark Knight 0. And then we're gonna add another portrait, Dark Knight 1. And we're gonna give him a trait range, trait.health, ability roll.parse. Ooh, I wanted to do that too. To do. Nice to have. String extension for as ability roll. Okay. CSV comma separated value is an Excel table that is internally separated by commas. Oh, I understand what a CSV is. I don't understand, if you were creating a CSV for code to parse, what are you supposed to name the top left box again? I don't know if there's a specific name for it. Our Dark Knight's gonna have, all right, so we want our Dark Knight to be strong. It's gonna have at least 6 hit points. All right. And let's go to our die analyzer. We have a dice analyzer here that we can check out. Adventure quest. All right, so we want a Dark Knight to be medium strong. It's gonna have some hit points. It's gonna be a little beefy. But we're gonna give him 2D. What is it? 2D. I want to have at least 6 hit points, but I don't want to have. But on average, it's gonna have 12 hit points. That feels like a lot. What if I did? What if I make it a little bit less? What if I do 3D3? Ooh, I could do this. All right, I could add some in there. Yeah, I'm gonna do 3D4. What is the average on that? 7. What if I did 2D? All right, here we go. 1D, 2D6 plus, it's gonna be 2D6 plus 4. Let's go with 2D8 or 1D8 I do 1d8 plus, yeah, I like that. I like that a little bit better. 1d8 plus 5. So our Dark Knight will have a 1d8 plus 5 hit points. And the stamina will be 4d4 plus 4. Okay. Then attack roll is going to be attack roll. Give it one ability. Ability roll dot parse. 1d12. So pretty random range. You get a brutal hit on that guy. And then our defense range, ability roll dot parse, 1d 2d2, so 2 to 4, 2d3, 2 to 6. All right. Core reporting today. Final report. Suap COD. Welcome aboard, my friend. Not sure if that's how I'm supposed to pronounce that, but Suap COD. Welcome aboard. Have the top left corner be blank because I sometimes use auto filters on my sheets and I don't want the first column to have a name. Core, you didn't. You missed. We made a lot of progress actually. So we went through and we extended our enemy builder to allow us to do some interesting things. We're about to add in a second enemy here. So I need a second Dark Knight image. Maybe I don't need a second Dark Knight image. We're gonna add this one. All right, we're gonna open this up in GIMP real quick. Open with GIMP. But yeah, we talked a lot about the builder pattern core, which allows us to have like a really complex. So our enemy type is kind of really complex. Thank you, Swamp. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. This is sort of the guy we want here. We're going to crop out this Dark Knight. This is another version of a Dark Knight we could have. Another image of a Dark Knight we could have. That. And we're going to export this. I appreciate that. But yeah, you're always welcome to lurk. You're always welcome to lurk. But just know that I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher. And it's my trade. It's my craft. It's in my soul. It's in my heart. I've always wanted to be a teacher. I didn't know I always wanted to be a teacher, but as soon as I started teaching, I knew I wanted to be a teacher. I started tutoring, giving music lessons when I was in high school. And that I just knew I wanted to be a teacher. And then I started tutoring. I went to college to be a music teacher. And then I ended up getting really into computer science. I've been programming since I was 7, but I got super into computer science when I was Dark Knight 2. Got super into computer science and programming in college when I took some elective classes, and I ended up getting a computer science degree and started tutoring computer science and realized I really enjoyed that too. Let's go to our portrait database. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you so much for being here. Dark Knight 0 and a Dark Knight 1, and we're gonna say Dark Knight. What's interesting is it looks like this isn't actually a transparent background. Oh my goodness. That's hilarious. All right, so they almost got me. They fooled me. That wasn't a transparent background here. That was a picture of a transparent background. All right, good to know. Let's see if we can clear out some of this up. Clean it up a little bit. That was a picture of a transparent background. This image is the DALL-E generated. I asked DALL-E to generate a transparent background Apparently you shouldn't do that. Instead, you should say something like solid background. Okay, and let's export this here. Did that update in Unity? Let's go check it out. There we go. Okay, so now we have a Dark Knight 0, Dark Knight 1 for this. Let us go into our controller. Combat, no, observable combatant. All right. And now, so look how easy it was for me to add an enemy here in code to test some stuff out for my prototype. This is, so all the things I did were to build up a tool to make my own process easier. And eventually I'm going to use this to load in JSON. But this makes, the idea here is to abstract, manage that complexity away. All right. And now let's observe a Dark Knight. And when we run this, we get a Dark Knight. Let's see if we can get a different Dark Knight. Come on, baby. I need a new, All right, let's go and double check my portrait database. Portrait or database. Are these two different pictures? We got that one. We got that one. Dark Knight 0. All right, let's double check here. Dark Knight 0, Dark Knight 1. I think I'm just getting unlucky. Let's try again. There we go. But now we have two different enemies. So the idea is make it easy to randomly generate enemies. Ooh, that's pretty cool. So you're writing like a Twitch bot. So you have like a bot that's hanging out in your channel, and then people send it commands that can do stuff with it. Cool, really cool. I've been toying around with that idea a little bit. I would like for the chat, I looked for this, I couldn't find it. I'm kind of amazed it doesn't exist. I can't find a bot that will sort of send messages between YouTube chat and Twitch chat. And it might be because it's against policy or something like that. I have found bots that will stream both of them to sort of like your OBS overlay, but none that actually will like forward the messages between the two. And I kind of would like that cross communication, but that's okay. That's okay. Cool though. That's exciting. All right, let us. Yes. Oh, your cat fox. Your cat fox. You've seen one that does Twitch to YouTube? All right, an immortal kid. I gotta find it. I did. So let me say I haven't tried super hard to find it. I assumed it wouldn't be that hard to implement, but I'd rather have someone else. You know, like I always say, programmers, the best developers tend to be lazy in the sense that someone else has already implemented the thing you want to do and debugged it and made it better and are going to support it. So you should use that. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you so much, an immortal kid. I just hit, okay, it's asking me to put a message here now. I actually hit commit. Add Dark Knight enemy. Beat. Add Dark Knight enemy. More than anything, this is a chore. It wasn't really a feature. You can call this a chore. That's such a, you know, that's the that's like a not so pro tip. That's like one of those things. A lot of companies do that too. It's like they did it, but the only way I know it's bug free is if I write it myself. And in fact, that's like this weird fallacy that people often fall into, is that you think that if you write it, the only way you can trust it is if you write it. In fact, you can probably trust it better if it's someone else wrote it and it's open source, because then people are gonna be able to poke holes in it, and it's gonna be maintained by multiple people. The open source software is cool in that way. It's also you know, potentially prone to bugs, but finding libraries that are well tested to do what you want to do. Okay, let's go add in Chickawawa. Thank you for that. And if Rave's still here, oh, I need to tell Rave. Let's find Rave here. Rave, did you post it in the art by any chance, Rave? Rave, if you're here, did you post? Do you have a screenshots of the ship you made me? Here it is. For 8 months, and so I asked Rave to make me a little spaceship. I'm gonna be making a 3D physics-based game as my third project for my class. Rave made this awesome. You can watch the full time lapse of him making this together. But Rave is a streamer as well. He's making a space trucker game, but he went ahead and made this for me. I'm gonna do a shout out here for you, Rave. If you're not following Rave, you should be. Rave does Unity development. I call Rave a real game developer because he's trying to make a real game. But he put together this ship for me. I wish I had a better screenshot of it, but go check it out. Go check it out. I could open it up. Let's see. I don't want to open my private messages here on stream. Let's see if I can find it here. I haven't opened it specifically up myself. This thing looks awesome. Open in browser. Here we go. Rave put this together for me, so huge shout out to Rave. Thank you so much for taking the time to do it. Did it live on his stream as well. Look at how awesome this ship is. I could only dream of doing that. So go check out Rave. Rave's awesome. Absolutely love them. Thank you so much. And Rave and I are planning, we're gonna try and do a game jam together soon. So we'll stay posted for that. Stay posted for that. That's how I feel, Cord. Teach me. Teach me. Rave, teach me. He sent me some good resources to learn it in my list of, you know, my never-ending list of things to do. All right, now we're going to go ahead and add in here Chickawawa. Look great in my RPG. Yeah, right. That's right, Smash. It's going to look great in my RPG. I want to make a clone, so for my third project, Open Roads. There's this game, Open Roads, Sky Roads online. There's this game called Sky Roads. All right, so I want to essentially make a semi-clone of this game. Oh no, Sky Roads loading. Well, that's disappointing. Can we find a Sky Roads play through YouTube? All right, this is the game that I want to make a copy of this game. Here we go. All right, so now I can play. You can watch me be terrible at this game now. All right, so I want to make a semi-clone of this game. Is there audio? Where's the audio? There's no audio anyway. The audio is pretty cool, but it's a semi-racing game. I call it a space racer. So it's 3D, and you drive, and you can jump. There's the music, and you're trying to get just to the end of the level and drive through the exit, like this. So this is like the simple game idea I have. So it had some basic physics. So I want to introduce in the third project a little bit of 3D, a little bit of physics, and so there's some jumping and bouncing physics involved in the game, and 3D collision detection, and sort of updates that way. So the idea is to make a game like this as the third project. So stay tuned for that. After we're done with our RPG prototype, this is the prototype we're gonna make next. And the idea is you got the jump, so not a ton of physics, but you have a little bit of physics and collision detection. So you need to detect how fast you're going into something, and then if you're not to something. So little bits of physics that we're gonna implement. All right, so this is the game that I'm planning to make next, and Rave put together An awesome little ship for me. So thank you so much for Rave. Again, shout out to Rave. If you're not following Rave, you should be. Go check them out. They stream, Rave streams about 12 hours different for me. So I stream at 5 a.m. my time. He tends to stream around 5 p.m. my time. So sort of opposite ends of the streaming spectrum. All right. What were my goals for today? What were my goals for today? Sign on. Let's take a look. Implement enemy. Done. We didn't get this one here. Code Rad Games raiding me here. Oh, boyo. Code Rad. All right, we got to give Code Rad a shout out. Thank you so much for the raid, Code Rad Games. Anyone? Code Rad Games, hello, hello. Code Rad Games is also one of my favorite streamers. Code Rad Games is a real game developer too. You got a link to Blight, Rogue Blight. Let's do it here. Rogue Blight stream. Check out Rogue Blight. Go check out Rogue Blight. Of the games I am excited, of the game developers I've been following, Code Red Games, Rogue Blight. If you like roguelike games, if you like Dark Souls games, if you like Salt and Sanctuary, if you liked Dark Souls, this is a game you got to check out. So let's watch this here. So can I get the better quality? Let's get some volume. Let's watch this trailer. My internet is not liking it. It's not having it. All right, here we go. Here we go. Get my music here. Epic looking game. Epic looking game. I am super excited about it. Go wishlist it. Wishlist it. Click that wishlist button. Add it in there. Yeah, so Code Red, if you got some links to post for people, feel free to post them in the chat. Let me give you, hang on one sec. Don't post them yet. I gotta permit. Go ahead, post them in the chat now. Let's make you a VIP. I think that should get you there. But yeah, post them in there. If you got any links to post, please do so. But yeah, Code Red Games, follow them, check them out. DZ64, DZ64, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard, everybody. So what were we doing? What do I do here? All right, so you guys caught me sort of wrapping up here. So I am a, oh, here's some Imgur link. All right, please turn off your black. Here we go. This one will load. Boom, this looks, look how cool this game looks. Now, okay, it's not loading again. Why? I think there's something going on with my OBS when I'm going full screen there. This game looks awesome. Okay, sorry, distracted. Yeah, this thing looks so cool. I can't wait to play it. So what do I do? So welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. My goal here on Twitch, my whole purpose for streaming is I'm an educator. I'm a computer science teacher. I mostly teach my job. So I was part-time. But I actually just got a new contract. I just got a promotion to full-time computer science teacher at my middle school. So I'm really, really happy about that. So I work at an online 100% remote middle school ages 11 to 14. I also do one-on-one tutoring sessions, and I also during the summer run some of my own classes. So I run some classes over the summer. So if you're here, my whole goal is to share what I do, is educate people. I enjoy backseat coding as I'm working on stuff, but the project we're currently working on is an RPG prototype. So when I say an RPG prototype, what do I mean? I am exploring how to build different components of an RPG in a way in which we model our data. So we're following some what's called solid. So every class has single purpose. We're trying to keep things isolated, single purpose. We're trying to write unit tests. We've put together adventurequest.captaincoder.org. my goal is to build this project out for my students. All right, so it's a project where you're going to learn object-oriented design principles in C# using unit testing in Unity, Unity's user interface, and more importantly, we're going to learn how to use events in Unity. Core, thank you so much for hanging out. Sleep well, my friend. Try not to drink too much coffee. We'll see you next time. We'll see you next time. Okay. And so far, here are the components we've built. Here are the components we've built. We're working on our combat system right now, but we have a character creator. All right, so we have a character creator. This allows us to roll stats. This is Dungeons and Dragons style stat rolling. So you roll stats and you get character modifiers. You can change your portrait, and then you create your character. You end up in the town hub. So this is sort of one of the first things you end up doing in this project. You create a dice roller. You learn what dice notation is. You learn how to do a dice roller. You implement a histogram tool. All right. And then how am I going to do random number generation that isn't just uniform? So you could do random number generation using, say, like, oh, just randomly generate a number between 1 and 10, like that. But what if you want to have a different type of distribution? And one way to do that is by creating a die roller. We're going to emulate what it would be like to roll dice. And if my internet seems to be giving me a little bit of trouble here. So we implement rolling individual dice first. So this is like the first step in the project. We're going to create a scene where you can roll dice. You can specify, oh, I want to roll a 8-sided die, a 20-sided die, a 12-sided die. Then we learn about dice notation, which happens to say things like 3d6. I'm going to roll 3 6-sided die and take that result. And one of the really, really interesting things about rolling 3 6-sided dice is you get numbers between 3 and 18, but it's not an even distribution. You're much more likely to get 10 and 11 than you are to get 14. So what if you want randomness that is non-uniform randomness? One way to do that would be using dice notation. It's actually a really simple way to do dice notation, really simple way. So we end up doing a dice notation that results in a character creator, and then you can roll your stats for your character. So you randomly generate your characters and enemies using these rolls, generate random events that are non-uniform. The other thing we've implemented here is a equipment shop and a status screen. So we've implemented the ability, let's see here, do I actually have any equipment? Let's check it out. So we have a status screen. We got that nice Unity blue as our background, but we have sort of this ragdoll we can use to equip stuff to our character. So we've implemented a drag and drop equipment system. Let's go buy some more armor. Let's go to Wilfred's weapons. Oh, I don't have any armor to buy here. But we've also implemented a shop. So let's buy a longsword. My shop doesn't have any armor in it, which is a little bit sad, but now I can go to my equipment and I can equip a longsword. One thing that's, excuse me, one thing that's really, really interesting to note is that our data model doesn't allow us to dual wield. A weapon can be equipped to either slot, left hand or right hand, but you can't equip a weapon to both slots. We have restrictions on you can't equip to your head, chest. So each one of these, if we had the right type of equipment, we could drag and drop it in there. So we've implemented sort of an equipment system. And looking for trouble, we actually can go look for monsters, and we're working on the combat system. Today, we just finished implementing our enemy builder, which is sort of our tool for randomly generating different types of enemies. Technically, I can try and attack this guy. But it updates the screen when damage is dealt. And there's little messages that aren't being output to the screen yet. But we go and attack these things. These other buttons don't do anything yet. But yes, we are in the process of building our combat system next. So we're prototyping the combat system. All right. So that's the high level overview. It's the high level overview. We were about to... Yeah, we've made a lot of progress here. It's been super fun. I didn't think I was going to be going so in depth and so far in this, but I've made some good progress on this. I'm really excited to take this and translate it into a full-blown project describing So the idea is not to actually write a full RPG game. It is, my end goal is to create a project write up that students can follow, and anyone at home, essentially, anyone who wants to. So a lot of people want to be able to make an RPG, and it says, well, how do I do that? Well, there's 900,000 different things that you could do. Here's how we break it down into small components so you don't get overwhelmed by it. So the idea is you implement each of these components in isolation. You write your unit test to make sure that all of those things, you have confidence that those things are going to work. And then ideally, you can sort of connect the pieces together. So there's a lot going on here. Yeah, thank you, Code Red Games. I appreciate it. We have been making a lot of progress. It's been super fun. We were just about to. On Discord, people love to help me out here. Where did it go? Misk Chicka Wow Wow made this door icon for us. So many days ago, when we were building our inventory system or our shop scene, I was saying that I wanted to put a little icon on my door here. We got Ayatoru. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that. Ayatoru, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. I hope you're enjoying it. You're always welcome to lurk, but if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. So I wanted to add a little icon to I wanted to add like a little icon here to return it. I think this looks great. Doesn't this look nice? Chicka Wow Wow is all very overconscious of this. But I love this little idea of like, I want to make it so when I hover over this button, it changes icons. All right, so we're going to download these into it. Ayatoru, thank you for the heart. If I'm pronouncing your name wrong, let me know. I don't want to pronounce anyone's name incorrectly. All right, so we're going to call this door closed. And then the other one, let's get it here. Open in browser, save image as, door open. Chickawawa, my girlfriend said something else I was working on was horrendous. Oh, there's a zip? What's in the zip? Gotcha. I thought that was a little odd. Thank you very much. Not so awesome door. Beautiful. All right, let's get this unzipped. Show in folder. Hello? All right. 7-zip extract to the not so awesome door. And we'll do the 128 one. So it's gonna be smallish. We're gonna take these. We're gonna go into our sprites. This one should be asset sprites. Create folder buttons. Actually have alpha on those. Gotcha. They were screen captures. That makes more sense. I was about to get boozled. You over there trying to boozle me? Are you a boozler, Chicka Wow Wow? Chicka Wow Wow trying to boozle me. All right, so the idea is I want this button here so we can leave the shop. And so we have this return to shop button. I'm going to add an additional button here. So one thing that I'm a little concerned about, return exit icon button, is that I have to add the image on top. Let's check it out here. Text mesh. No text on this one. Interesting. Children of a prefect cannot be deleted or removed, and components cannot be reordered. You can open. Oh, I see. All right, we'll remove that one. We're going to add a regular button. I do be boozling, and I do be boozled. We're going to add in a button here, and it's going to go inside of our Let's go back in time. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. All right. What I want is for this. All right, we'll get rid of the text. No text. And we want, so I think what's going to happen if I put the picture here. Target, graphic, image. If I put an image here. If I put an image here, lock you, it replaces that whole that whole thing. All right, let's do set native. I think this is going to be okay. I think what I want to do is make it so if you were to sort of be hovering over this thing, it's going to change the picture. I need to figure out where I want to put it. But let's start exit button icon. I'm going to start with it up here in the corner. It's a terrible spot. I'm not a look. I'm a computer programmer, not a UI-ologist. I'm not a user interface-ologist. I don't know how interfaces work. Okay, so we have our button there. I want to add in when I hover over it. When I hover over it, I want it to switch. Right now, if I were, so right now I think I can click on it. Let's go try it. I think I can click on this. Click on this bad boy. Yeah, so I can actually click on it. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. So I can click on it, but what I want is when I hover over it, it'll like open up this signal that that this will exit the shop. That's what I want. Yeah. Okay. Click on it to exit. So I need to add sort of like an image swapper, kind of. So event trigger. Boogie's keeping track of the things I am not. Currently we have wordologist and then we have a UI-ologist. I am not a UI-ologist, that's true. So we're gonna say when we mouse enter, can I change my image? Image sprite. Yeah. So when my mouse enters, I want to change to open. And when my mouse exits, so this is a nice way you can do this with no code. Pointer enter, pointer exit. When my pointer exits, we switch back to door closed. All right. So let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Hey, ooh, that looks good. That looks super good. Chicka wow wow, I think that looks awesome. Look at that. Look how awesome that is. That looks great. I just need to have like a better spot for it. Like right here is just like not a good spot for it. I really want it to be sort of attached to this this button as well. Okay, ooh, I have an idea. I'm having a thinker. Having a thinker. All right, let's go ahead and shrink this button down a little bit. No, even better. Let's combine these things together. All right, we're gonna create. I'll let you know. This seems to be working all right. We're gonna create a different object here. You should have that little image on the shop menu. Like when you're going into the shop, it opens. Oh, you mean on, so over on YouTube, someone, Ryan is saying, you should have the little image on the shop. But yeah, Chicken Well, I'll let you know. This is going to be our return to town button. And we're going to add in a horizontal layout. So they're going to sort of go left to right. We're going to tell that control the size of these and the height. Let's change the order of them real quick. Like this. And then we're going to make this thing not be so terrible. All right. And our exit icon button, we're going to add in, this is going to be a layout element. We're going to set the layout element here. Our preferred, our min width and our preferred width will be 64 and 64. And our return to town, but we're gonna actually add a layout group here and say that I do have a flexible width on it. This is where I always get confused. Don't force them to expand. Layout element. I don't want. Oh, I have two flexible things on here. So my actual icon, I want to get rid of this one. Is that right? Ooh, Smab has implemented a playable command prompt boggle. That sounds fun. That sounds really fun. Why is this flexing? Don't flex. No flex. There we go. I need to not force the child to expand. That's what I thought. Okay. And we're going to not force the child height. And can I, on the 28, 128. And in our town button here, we're going to center middle left. And now, go ahead and make this guy 128. That's big. Feels really big. Let's try 96. Okay. That looks better. All right. So what we're gonna do is, I kind of hate this. I'm not. This isn't the greatest in the world, but we're gonna actually make it so that this same trigger here, paste. Can I paste it in here? Paste component as new. So I think now when we go to click this return to town button, it'll change both of those things. Yeah, so we can either click on so this whole thing becomes the clicker. All right, Chico Wow Wow, thank you so much for your efforts. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that. And I think Ryan, I think over on YouTube, Ryan was saying we should also add that button, add this icon here. Is that what you were suggesting, Ryan? Oh, that was fun. That was fun. We can knock that off our to-do list. Let's do a commit here. To-do. To-do. Add door icon to shop. Boom. Nailed it. Whew. Okay, so we have been streaming for 5 hours, almost 6 hours. Chickawawa, you can be anything you want. The only limit is your imagination, Chickawawa. If you're an artologist, I think you're an artologist. You got some beautiful art coming on there. Artologist. We got 15 minutes, 20-ish minutes, 15, 20-ish minutes. I like the idea of adding a sound to this. Let's see if we can go find a door sound. So one of my favorite places, anyone who's been here before, seen me, I think imagining it is worse. Anyone who has watched me before knows I love open game art. This is where we get an awesome site for prototyping. Find people publish their art here for you to use, and it gets the license for you. But we're going to find a door open sound. We're looking for sound effect. We're going to find... Ooh, that one's pretty good. There's a couple there. Okay, door open, close. We're gonna use these. I like this. It's our possible assets. We're going to add this to our adventure prototype. So one of the things I absolutely love about open game art, not only do you get licensable assets, it makes it really easy to write your credits. So I just added this in here. I added it to my collection. If I go to this collection, these are all the things I'm using from this site. I can click download credits file. And it's going to get me, let me just override this one here so you can see it. It gets me a text file that includes all of the proper credits based on how they were published to the site. So if you want to publish things that can be licensed, you can do it really easily. And then if you want to use stuff and you don't want to worry too much about how to generate these license, let's get you a nice little spot here, and then you can sort of filter it out. Notice this file is for informational person only. The idea is you come through here and you can edit it down. But I love this. It makes it easy to keep it all in one spot. So I use this whenever I'm prototyping. Great place to get this stuff easy. Let me repeat. I feel like I said every word in that sentence 2 or 3 times. But yeah, we got these doors here. We are going to add in some sound effects. Pretty easy to do. Pretty easy to add in some sound effects, by the way. So we're going to attach some sounds to this this button. So which sounds do we want to come into our assets? This is the first sound effects we've added. So I like to make a folder called SFX, sound effects. All right, and we're going to create a folder called doors. And we're going to add these in here. Iwan Gabovic. And we're going to find sound. I like that one. Any of these look... That one I like. I like that one. That's the sound I think we're going to use when we're leaving. All right, so door 6, rename leaving. And I think I like this first one best. Maybe. That's one I like for when you hover over the button. So it's going to make that clicking sound. All right, sorry if the audio is super quiet. I hope you could hear it. All right, here we go. We're gonna make it, we're gonna add a sound to these. All right, so one way you can do it is we're gonna add in a sound. We're gonna add the source to our button here. We can add in a source. We're not gonna play on wake. All right, so we have our leaving sound. Okay, so we have our leaving sound. So when we actually click this button, we are going to play this here. So we can just say play. So I click the button, it's going to play it when I move through the door. This one also needs it here. All right, so notice I have to do this in 2 places. This is sort of like a smell to me that like, oh, I shouldn't have to wire this up in 2 places. I'm setting myself up for some disaster here. But we're about to just test it out here. This is one way you could do it. Oh, the scene exits before it goes off. That's funny. So you can hear it for a second when I click this. It plays it, but then the scene ends. So we like, that's interesting. That's interesting. All right, let's just to demonstrate here. I'm gonna move this into our on hover. We're gonna move this down here. And be our audio source play. Okay, we're gonna remove this one here. Do the same thing down here on enter. We are going to play this sound. Get rid of this here. All right, so when we hover over, it's gonna play. All right. So to make it so it plays when I click it, it's a little bit harder because it's related to my transition manager. What I need to do is when we click it, it's going to play the sound and then we transition. So what's happening when I click it, it starts playing the sound, but because I'm changing scenes, that audio source gets destroyed and we don't have it anymore. So there's like an event system I need to build in there to make that work better. Really, really good idea though. Okay. Yeah. So that's a little bit tricky. So one of the things we might want to do, implement audio system that can withstand scene transitions. So you're going to end up with some sort of like audio controller that moves with you from scene to scene and doesn't get destroyed. So that is something we'll have to do. All right, so we're gonna implement an audio system that withstand scene transitions. All right. So I've been streaming here for 5 hours 50 minutes. 5 hours 50 minutes. Let's do a commit here. What did I add? I think for the most part it's just sound effects. Add sound effects. Add buttons. Beat. Chore. Add door icons and sound effects. We're gonna add that. And we added it to the room. All right. Chore, add door icon to shop exit button. I don't know why I have to put capitals on everything. There we go. And we'll sync that. All right, everyone. We're gonna find someone to raid here. I gotta hop off here. I could keep going for another 8 minutes, but I'm afraid I'm gonna get sucked into something. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask them now before I leave. But thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. It's been super fun. We're gonna go raid someone. Well, you have a good one too, my friend. We're gonna go raid someone. Let's go see who we want to raid. Who do we want to raid? None of my followed channels are online right now. Does anyone have any suggestions? Any suggestions? Get them in. Otherwise, I'm gonna go find someone here myself in a moment. Let's stick with, we're doing Unity, so let's stick with Unity. Let's see here. No shave. We got a no shave. Winter Game Jam. Thumbert Games. Oh, I can't believe I'm not following Thumbert Games. We're gonna go check out Thumbert Games. Thumbert Games is a follower of mine, so we're gonna come over here. Make sure Thumbert Games. Yeah, they've only been going for 30 minutes. Yeah, we're gonna go to Thumbert Games. All right, everyone. Happy Sunday. I'll be back tomorrow, 5 a.m. Phoenix time, 7 a.m. Eastern time. Every day, pretty much every day, unless otherwise said. We're gonna go raid Thumbert Games. Have yourself a beautiful day. As always, keep coding, keep growing.